Namaskar, good morning. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, NTP India, C Engineer India, and another day. This is 13th May 2020, Wednesday, and life is moving critically all over the world. Never expected something, but has been expected since January throughout the world. Unknown guest, unknown enemy, Mayavi. Mayavi, you know what is Mayavi? I'm using different word. I talked to some doctor yesterday and tried to know meaning of meaning of mutation in relation to SARS-2 COVID-19. Actually, I could not understand what does it mean in medical terms. I know mutation meaning, but what does it mean in medical terminology? I was unsure. I asked my friend doctors, and he told me it changes form, shape from one to another, then to another, then to another. Like that, it can take any number of shapes. And I asked him that. I read the D614G spike. He explained to me indirectly something. Is ultimately this is nothing but if you have seen in epics in your serials, these devils used to change their faces. That's called Maya. So explain to me, this is like Maya if you think. This virus is Mayavi. It cheats everybody, it shows you different positions, different faces, different shapes. So you remain confused. That's what is Mayavi. So this is Mayavi means I explained to me the same thing means it has come to teach lesson to everybody. It's gripped all over world. Nothing new in this. We know it now. This is world over, attacking everybody, attacking every country, irrespective of your status, irrespective of reputation. It is doing justice to everyone. Fact is this. It's sometime to think, to laugh, sometimes to be serious. It depends upon what you're thinking, what you're, imagining in your mind. Fact remains that God is God. God does its work according to requirement, according to justice. According to requirement means God knows what is right, what is wrong, and we can't do anything. I countries richest one and poorest one all are under examination of this unknown entity, I should say, neither friend nor enemy entity. Name is Corona, it's okay, that's something else, but still, it's unclear. Its origin, its birth, unclear. Still, no one can claim today how did it originate, what it is, and how it does its work. No one knows till today, May 13, 2020. WHO says they have got many candidates, vaccines, and still they are not sure. Though many countries claim is one thing, but proof is another thing. Well, I cannot say anything. I'm not in that field. But one thing is very funny that people, countries, few weeks back were in competition of lockdown. Now all countries have been in competition to exit lockdown. Though problem is not over, And it's not going to be over in near future. But countries have indirectly decided that we can't survive without economy. That is achievement of this virus. That again, we are going back to economy, forgetting how it would impact. Economy is so important in the world that it wins over everybody. It discards your life. It does not care for your life. It's so dangerous economy that you want to die but save your economy. It's happening now. It started already. USA, according to official records, around 100,000 have lost their lives, approximately, and many lakhs infected. This is what is said. But 1 lakh, they say, I say 5 lakhs, possibly. In our country, Bharat, it's around 80 90,000. I would say 2 lakhs, probably, because there are people who are not tested in our country. Test is a big problem. We are not testing all. I got news from Wuhan, China, through their paper, International South China, that they are worried. They are going to retest each and every citizen in Wuhan. Not only citizen, whoever is staying there, mobile or stationary, they are going to retest all because they are concerned about this. There's a resurfacing of this virus there. Russia has left to its governors to decide whether or not to exit or lift lockdown. There was criticism towards Johnson in England. His speech could not be understood. So he had to explain many times, ministers had to explain many times. And also in many other countries, something like that has been going on. France, Italy, and other European countries, they are opening their economy again, requesting people to take care. But if you see metro, whole full, people are not serious about precautionary measures. Life has started. Gradually, it is starting everywhere. In our country, also, it will start. This means I think there is nothing but mix up, confusion with public and with political leaders, national leaders, and others. Because unknown is unknown, secret is secret. God always does secrecy. It is basic principle of God. God never reveals its secrets. That's why it's called magic, it's called God, it's called miraculous. This virus, so-called virus, I don't believe that's virus, but let us say it's virus, is miraculous. This is work of souls, I think, not virus. Soul, souls, Atma. Only Atma has got power to penetrate each and every material. It can enter through eyes, it can enter through nose, it can enter through mouth, it can enter through head, it can go through everybody's mind, because this is soul, only power of universe. You may feel shame speaking about that, but irrespective of that, we speak about that at end. At end, we leave it to God. If you are not able to solve our problem, ultimately we leave it to God. That's beauty of humankind. When we don't have any formula, any vision about anything, we leave it to God. And ultimately here also we have to live with God. But God does not listen to us or humanity, because humanity has a conflict with God and God has a conflict with humanity. I explained many times before, human has done crimes against God. Human has abused this planet and spoiled it. So your father's property you have spoiled, you shall have to face music one day or other day. So that day has come. Every country is thinking of economy. They are not thinking of survival. They are not thinking of health. They are not thinking of constancy. They are only thinking of economy. They can't digest 2, 3, 4, 5 months to keep economy distant, and because everybody is greedy, every country is having avaricious mind. They want just to get money. And remember, money is not life. Money is not soul. Your money cannot save your life. This point we forget every time because we are human beings. We cannot live without money. We forget money can't stop this virus. Money could not stop other viruses. And when it is mutable. This D614G spike can take up to 34 mutations as reported from UAE. Can take many repetitions, 14 repetitions somewhere else. This number G D614G spike itself indicates 614 means 1 4 number, 14 number spike. 40 the mutations is very harmful. I am not saying you scare you be free mind, because whatever precautions you take, that's only precaution, that is not measure. I talk to doctors, say yes, it can enter through eyes and it can enter through any means because particle size is 0.00025, and that is maybe lesser than core of your body, lesser than size of electrons in many metals. If that is the case, then what can you do? Yes, economy is very good. Yesterday we got announcement by our PM that 20 lakhs package, 20 lakhs crore package is going to be released for this country to fight with this, to reinstate our economic and to get self-reliant status. I think it is ridiculous. What does self-reliant mean? We have to understand that self-reliant is no meaning in this age because we are interdependent among all countries. In what way we are self-reliant? Are we doing our own productions? We are not doing. Do we have our own education system? We don't have. We have our scientific system? We don't have. We have our own research system? We don't have. And what do you mean by self? And what is 20 lakh crore in self-reliance? I remember Indira Gandhi about self-reliance. They used to say we have to be self-reliant. That stage was different because we are very backward that time. Now, education has fallen, science has fallen, standards have fallen, quality has fallen, everything has fallen. What is meaning of self-reliance? I'm not criticizing, but word itself is used wrong. And moreover, 20 lakh package, 20 lakh crore package is not a big gun. It's nothing big. In country of 130 crore people, it's nothing. If you find 20 lakh crore and compare it with what it is, did you ever try? 20 lakh crore, if you try, let me see if I can do that. Let me open Excel. Don't place. I'm just trying to check in your presence what does it mean per person. Let us say 130 lakh, 20 lakh crore, 20, let us say, then let us say 20 lakh crore, let us say lakh, then crore, so this is crore, and I multiply all this. Multiply all this and divide by 130 crore. I divide this by this figure. So let us see how much it comes. So this is, I say, 20 lakh crore. I say, lakh. This is then J6, H6, L6 over N6 and O6. So this is 15,384. 15,384. This is 15,384 per person. You think 20 lakh crore only can uplift our country? Think on. Out of this sum, how much shall go to industrialists? Question is that. We have NPAs about 8 to 9 lakhs crores. Where this money has gone? If you are talking of 20 lakh crore, already about say 40% of this sum has been stolen by industrialists. Where is that sum? Why it has gone? It has not come back. If it was 10%, 20%, we would have no problem. But now it is about 8 to 9 lakh crore. And we are talking of 20 lakh crore. And already that sum has been received. You can say last time we declared 1.7 lakh and then something else. So this 20 lakh crore, when that money is 8 lakh crore, which has been stolen, why we should not take it back and add to this? They are saying this is 10% of our economy GDP. If it's 10% of that, this is 200 lakh crore it is, our GDP. When GDP is 200 lakh crore, how can 10% uplift your country to self-reliant status? We should not forget that 60% to 70% of our money budget is used in development of this country. Physical development means civil works, industrial works, and other works. Civil development. If that is the case, we are going to use this money for workers or for industrialists. What is our preference? Do we have courage to help our injuring industrial workers? I am not calling them mazdoors because I do not want to abuse them. They are not mazdoors. They are skilled people. They are injuring construction workers. They are injuring industrial trades workers. You should not call them mazdoor. They are using mind as well as physical energy to produce our products, to give deliveries. So we cannot call them mazdoors. They are not pulling rickshaw, they are not pulling thela. They are not coolies. They are tradespeople, they are skilled people. Why did we forget them? My question is very simple. I am blaming all citizens of this country, particularly those who chant always PM Bhakti, Modi Bhakti. Why did our PM, why did our cabinet, and why did our general public, including judiciary, did not remember them when we decided for closing nation? Are they not members of the society? Including their families, they are about half in population, including their family members. A country of 40 to 50% public as skilled as industrial workers and families who are not considered human beings, which is very serious issue currently. I am very much against their ignorance. We forget them and forget that your 20 lakh crore shall help if they are not here. We are very experienced people in world. We are human-oriented society. We are not England or America or German that were machine-oriented one time, and now also we have been human potential based society. You consider agriculture, or you consider civil, or you consider industrial, or you consider armed forces, or you consider development sector like industries or power plants or other sectors. Without this force of about 40 to 50% human resources, no one can help us. Self-reliant means our own force. Our own force means our own physical workers, not official workers. I don't take into my counting those people who are doing in offices, all nothing to do with ground, these administration staff, other staff, bureaucracy staff, and government staff. I don't take into my account, into my estimation, that part of our country which is just equivalent to waste and nothing. Again, I say we have about 5 crore people in that section of administration, including state governments and central government, which contribute zero to this national development. So that is equivalent to waste that can be optimized, that can be utilized. Only utilization is through these physically working people. These most reliable section of society, and if they don't work, we cannot do anything. Even if you have best mind, best engineers, best doctors, best professionals, we cannot do anything to uplift our country, raise our country. Position is through news. I am not clear about what our intention is. Just saying we want to be self-reliant is just an announcement, nothing else. Definition of self-reliant is you should do yourself something, but if you don't take care of what you want to do, you cannot do anything. Care is very important. If we don't care, we do. If we don't care for those who are responsible, who are reliable, who are potential and kinetic energy and dynamic energy of this country, then you are dreaming everything. If person at prime minister level, at president level cannot decide, cannot think of them, then forget your future. Forget it. You do not treat human as human. Then what sort of country are we? What sort of citizenry we are? What sort of general public we are? We want to use them and we want also to abuse them. I'm not saying everybody is okay, but whatever they are, however they are, whatever quality they give, it is they do. Maybe they are not that level expert, but it's not their fault. If they are not expert, it's not their fault. It is our fault. We did not open such institutes that can train them. We say skill development, but we don't know skill. Certification is not a skill. Work is a skill. If you say, no, we are developing your skills, no, I don't accept this. You will develop a skill for nothing except for corruption, except for fraud, except for all the non-acceptable elements which accumulate corruption. I will be happy if these people were given something. Our governments, state governments and central government are incapable to retain these people currently in cities because these have been tortured knowingly or unknowingly. Our these friends, these brothers and sisters, whom I am calling engineering staff, engineering workers, they have been tortured by governments, all governments. You care about everybody else, but you don't care about them. If governments, state or central, cannot give them food for 2 months or 3 months, cannot afford their expenses, what sort of people we are? We are talking of self-reliance. We are so weak that we cannot feed them for 2 3 months. What sort of this management is? What sort of this government is? We don't need announcing governments. We need practical governments. Irrespective of party lines, I least bother about party. If we cannot think of them, we can think of nothing. Forget economy. Forget self-reliance. Those who are in power, they can use and abuse everything. Those who are with sources to hires, they can do everything. Every rich person has food for months. They are enjoying life. They opened 2 3 last week. They opened whiskey, wine. Oh my God! Go and see how many cars are waiting there at shops just to buy hard drinks. And about these people, they are walking on roads, no water. Many have lost their lives because of this. Many have met in accidents. Many have lost their lives on tracks. This is regard you are giving to them. This is regard you are extending them. Then you are self-reliant. How is way to self-reliant is this? Is the way to self-reliant? I think we are a society that is neither educated nor experienced. Our education is only in certificates and our experience is only in announcements. We are none of this. I used to see that time, maybe you are not the Indira Gandhi time. She also used to say self-reliant, self-reliant, self-reliant. They did something, of course, I cannot deny that fact. In education was excellent at that time. I remember I am also product of that education system. Our education, of course, was not highest but good, general. You could get job somewhere. But now education has dropped to lowest level. All education and performance is much lower. Quality is rubbish. Products are rubbish. And there is no worry to that. Unfortunately, we think law is everything. Yes, law is everything. Law is required because we have to structure society. We have to structure mechanism because everybody is required to be controlled by law, managed by law, operated by law. And if there were some laws which were controlling industrialists, employers in extending welfare to these engineering workers, what was wrong with that? Why do you not respect human factor? Human is not human for a country. Human, if trained, is number one resource of any country. If you consider human as just animals, then you cannot do anything. This means all are donkeys and dogs for you. You could not develop them. It's your fault, not their fault. They work for what? They work for nation. Irrespective where they work in private, they work in government, they work wherever they work for nation. Every engineer works for nation, every manager works for nation. Only these politicians do not work for nation. And these high ups which are doing nothing, they do not work for nations. Unfortunately, a country where 50 crore people are available to work physically, and if that country remains behind, this means there is something wrong somewhere, and that is at top. Already we have lost around 1 lakh citizens due to SARS to COVID-19, and it is ongoing process. It's not going to down immediately. It will take time. All countries are in a problem. There's no solution. They can't solve it immediately. In that case, if you can't solve something, you have to forget that. So simple. Only way you can do, forget it. Let it do whatever you want to do. Because just being panic and nervous state is no meaning. Think of something else and take all measures required. Some countries have done excellently, so we didn't expect. Belarus, they did not take any care and they say, okay, we'll see what happens. Sweden says something, it's blaming UK. What have you done? Nothing, you lost lives. So what? What's you meant? England lost lives unexpectedly. They say 30,000 lost, I say 100,000, maybe more, because all lie. Russia was lie once, now see what's happening, more than 250,000 cases. China lie now again, they are testing their people. Yesterday, Wuhan declared Wuhan in China, we will test everybody again. This means this problem is going to work. This is very, very powerful problem out of or exceeding or beyond controls of scientists and others. So once that stage comes, you cannot do anything. In that case, better forget it and keep your life moving. Ultimately, some of die, some may not die, but otherwise also they are dying. Its panic has been created all over the world. A panic has been created. A nervous state has been created that can solve nothing. We can't solve anything. And the economic page is just another drama. Another drama. All over the world, it's not here alone. All over the world. Saudi has discounted its budget for this purpose. Others say this UAE changed something for this purpose. Every country is doing something for this purpose. US transferred money to citizens. We did not get any money to any citizen. 500 rupees, if you think is money, then you are insulting everybody. Well, we did not take actions when were required. We should have taken. We should have considered everybody is human, and particularly those people who are very poor. So we did not do anything. My problem is our economy is going to collapse if we do not care about these workers. And very late, these people are starting thinking about them. Had they been given just 2 or 3 months money or food in wherever they were staying, I think nobody would have left. Or had they announced a go now in 3-4 days, just they will declare lockdown, they would have gone just like they are going now. So there will no problem at all. They will happily come back. Now a loss of trust exists. These people do not have any trust in government, state government or central government. They would not say that because they are worried people, but that's a fact. They would not say anything, I know. Because they are people who are fearful. They fear government. They fear, oh, why to unnecessarily involve yourself in this? They will arrest me or they will take action against me. When you keep people under that false force, it doesn't help. Everybody should be free to criticize government and prime minister. I was surprised when somebody met Thompson of England prime minister in a park, and that Thompson was having Costa coffee in hand. There was no security guard, no one there. And one man talked to him, what you are doing, prime minister. Your speech is unclear. What do you want to say is unclear. I was astounded. See, that prime minister walks alone with someone in the park and public can talk to that prime minister. What about us? That's called freedom. Everybody has a right to speak. Last time also one man held him in hospital and raised questions to Prime Minister. Is it possible here? It's not possible here. Because those people are citizens, we are not. We are slaves. We are slaves. Just like Hungary wants to make all slaves, just like Poland wants to make all slaves, just like China has made all slaves, still they are not accepting slavery. And Trump, great chairman of world, cannot answer to press rightly. He's got nervous. He's so skilled of press now. He doesn't want to answer questions. But greatness is his facing press, not like our head who does not face anybody. This time I'm not talking of our government only. I am talking of many governments around the world. Saudi government taking good care of people, yet they are not able to combat, to contain this virus. The mom was isolated, many areas were isolated. Simultaneously, they are thinking of economy also. Well, it's admirable. If you are controlling or trying to do everything for containing this virus, you are working on economy, it's appreciable. Same thing UAE is doing. Kuwait is now again locking. Qatar is little back. I don't know why. It's a great power of Gulf. Of course, it's very small in population. There are many countries. Lebanon is demolished itself. Lebanon is also a good country, but now they are down. And politics of Venezuela and US continues along with Mexico. Anyways, others means we know about whole world now, what's happening around. And it's better to know rather than being dream. We can use our medium to know about world. Only then we can understand something, what's happening around. If you ask Trump, he says, what's happened? Why people are dying? He says, what happened? All over people are dying. It's the excuse of Trump. Everywhere people are dying, so this is nothing special. He tries to shed responsibility to past President Obama regarding healthcare system and many other issues. He blames him. This means it is human nature to pass your responsibility to someone else. Just like our government and Prime Minister pass a responsibility to past Congress. This since everybody is same, everybody has not responsibility, just pass responsibility to someone else. This is beauty of politics, beauty of society, and people accept that also without doing any analysis because 95 to 98% people are not able to analyze every topic. We cannot analyze, and particularly those people who are young, very young, I can't blame them because they are not taught analysis. Even if they are taught, they cannot understand analysis. They are just pro this party or pro that party or pro this politician or against that politician, and they said only whole day they want this. Congress did this, and they have used Congress leaders this and that, and they worship their own leaders. This is ongoing, and this is not in favor of future of country. We have to think for future of country, not future of politicians, not future of prime minister, not for opposition people. It is nothing to do with us. I'm not born for them, and you are not born for them. Just keep in mind, yes, if you are paid by some party, that is different. You are on IT agenda of that party. You are working for that party, that is different, but don't then publish that. Keep it to yourself. If you want others to respond to your news, don't spread fake news. And it's happened, you spread fake news and it impacted Arab. It impacted UAE, it impacted many other countries, and they terminated many people who were doing all Hindu-Muslim issues. So be careful. It's not your interest as well. I never want something to speak about that about anybody. There may be all kinds of people in this world, and world is not your property as well. World is not your property. India, Bharat is also not your property. It's a part of world. So don't think that you are only there. If you write one thing, others will write two things. If you write two, I will write 10. There is no end of that. Human is human, irrespective of religion, irrespective of caste. Don't forget these people whom you are calling workers or mazdoors. First of all, I do not accept your statement of mazdoor or this and that. They are not mazdoors, they are skilled people. They produce something for you which you enjoy. If they don't produce your houses, you cannot live. If you don't do work, you cannot have these roads, you cannot have these footpaths, your industries cannot work, your flights cannot move, your trains cannot work. Don't underestimate you, because you underestimate like that, you are yourself nothing. You know nothing about life. You only talk of merit, which is nothing, just fictitious imagination. Meritorious are those who do something in life. They are meritorious, not those who just have certain IAS pass or engineering pass, something pass and doing nothing in life. Every corruption they are doing, and they are saying, I am meritorious and we are meritorious and others are not. I have seen certain postings where they say, oh, WHO says Indian doctors are not fit. Somebody answers, they are not fit because they are from reserve class. Nonsense. Show me proof whose reserve class is there and who is inefficient. Just attacking some caste, attacking some religion is job of idiots, I can say. I consider them nonsense, idiots, stupids, all those who attack certain castes and certain religions. Those people are born fool, their parents are fool, that's why they learned like that. Attacking caste or attacking religion means attacking God itself. God made everybody. God did not make you Hindu, Muslim, or other caste. God made you human. God did not send you with clothes. So it's up to you what sort of clothes wear. Those people are fools really who believe this way. I don't respect such people. If they don't respect my nation and whole world, you have to respect nation and you have to respect world also, because world is also yours. Yes, you cannot go to every country, but body is yours, earth is yours, sky is yours. Air cannot stop you. Can you stop air to flow from America to Bharat? You cannot stop. It doesn't visa. It doesn't need any visa. This is just imposed restriction on everybody, just to show your might that you are honor this area. Nobody is honored. Therefore, God has sent you a world changer, a world society changer, a, a biggest soul, you can say, a biggest soul to beat everybody, a power, as in Sanskrit, Mayavi, you can say Mayavi, as doctor said, this is Mayavi virus. This is Mayavi which can change its shape and constitute a composition every time, and it gets more and more energy by that way. Mutations, 34 mutations worked in UAE, 14 mutations worked somewhere else, and it is going on augmenting, enhancing its power, and shall be one day. Today, status is that it has taken its position all over the world. There's been this something very miraculous. First time it happened all over the world. Some power has come in name of COVID. But what is that power is not known. It has not been proved yet. One thing has been proved, that this is not human based, this is natural. And that natural is the natural. You have no control on that. Everybody used to blame each other. Blame. It doesn't make a value. It doesn't give an evaluation. Blame is blame. More than that, you cannot do anything, because weak only blame others. But remember, I just call those weak people who blame others for something they are unable to do. If I am unable to do something, I should clearly say sorry. I regret I am unable to do this. If I want to do this, I shall try to learn how to do this. If I say that way, I am right person because I have disclosed clearly I am not capable, I am not qualified to do this. If I say no, I will do this, no, I will do this, no, I will do this, and I keep on saying that, I never do this. This is clear evidence that I am not qualified to do this. I'm even afraid, I'm even coward to say I cannot do this. That much capacity I don't have. I am so weak a person. I cannot openly say I am not expert of this. I cannot do this. Oh, I will do it. I will do it. Wait, wait, wait. How long to wait? No, it's not acceptable. This means I should ignore that person. So simple. If some person says and says and says and tells and tells and tells, no reliability on that person, whatever position that person is having. Those who want to do something, they do it. They don't ask, I would do it, I would do it, I would do it. Work says he has done. Work says, no need of explanation, no need of evidence. Those type of people are required in this country. Not talkative, but walkative. Walk. Walk on work. Walk on road. Walk on mind. Walk, walk and walk. We need that type of people in our country. Not only chanting, chanting, chanting. Chanting is no solution. No solution. Work is solution. There was not even a single person in this country who could talk of these workers. Unfortunately, I am very serious about this issue. I'm not serious about something else. I am serious about this issue because you are going to lose your resources. Those who cannot win trust of their workforce, those people can never move forward. Those engineers who cannot talk for their workers, they can never move forward. Those industries who cannot take care of their support, they can never be successful. This is principle of life. Government which cannot take care of these poor, that government is potentialless, that government is spineless, that government is eye necks and nothing. One should be free to speak like that. I'm not a slave of government. I am slave of this country. I will talk of everybody who is poor. What's wrong with that? I least bother about what Prime Minister says. Prime Minister's job is to say only and go away. Prime Minister is not standing on road and doing something. These MPs are not standing on road and doing something. These MLAs are not standing on road and doing something. They're all workless, all spineless community of politicians. We should condemn all them. There's no contribution from them. We have around 5,000 MLAs. What is contribution from them? No contribution from them. We have 800 MPs in our parliament. What's the purpose of this? I don't understand. What for we are paying them? These persons were required to help these migrant industrial workers, but nobody cared for them, unfortunately. This means we did not care for half part of our potential, of this nation, of our strength. We did not respect our half population. How can we move forward? Just think of. If there are 5, 6 members in a family and 3 members do not think of family, what shall happen to that family? They are dependent on family, give them food, they eat, land, sleep, eat and sleep. Don't work, don't think of family. Where shall family go? How long shall 2 person, 1 person be happy with everything and lost? One day, no, I am not your servant, you are not doing it, get out of this family. These people are poor by money only. They are not poor by will. They are not poor by thinking. Yes, they cannot read documents. Also, those who are educated, they cannot read documents, so they are equal. I have seen people that cannot read documents. People got no interest in documents. He may be scholar, one may be professor, one may be doctor, one may be engineer. or whatever you are interested in all those readings in which you benefit you. Otherwise, you are nowhere in arena to analyze and get knowledge from documentation. So I consider at that level both are equal. You are nothing but industrial worker. They are at least industrial worker. They can work at machine, they can work at site, they can do in workshop, they can do in factory. We can do nowhere. We can only drive cars, air conditioned cars, and feel happy I am having this status. What status you are having? You are having status because of car. Think you have a big car, you are a big man. But this car, who produced? Question is that who produced this car? How many people were there? How many repetitions were there? How many parts are there? Who involved that? That you never think. In house, if you are seeing how many workers worked on the, you don't have any idea. Oh, I spent money, bought this house, I'm living there. I am VVIP. Yes, you VVIP. I would say VIP is very idiot person. Very idiot person. Who is VIP? What is purpose of VIP? No purpose at all. What is very important? You do something. If you are an important person, do something. You should be imported. A very important person means this person is imported by people. Nobody is importing you, so you are not VIP. If people depend upon you, if people come to you, kindly help me this, I have this problem, and you solve that problem, then you are VIP. So you are only idiotic person, very idiot person. I should say that our politicians are completely useless, completely opposition politician or government politician, all are spineless, all spineless. Public's never serious, it was never serious, it is never serious. Because all are sleeping. We all are sleeping. So when we sleep, some robbers come or some thief comes. Our robber has come all over the world because whole world was sleeping in economy. Everybody wants to make money. Somebody wants to develop country by 2030. Somebody wants to become power of, win all over the world. Just like America wants to invade. Now here America thinks to invade Venezuela. America has already invaded by official way into Gulf. They have invaded into Far East. They have invaded into Cyprus. Everywhere, directly or indirectly, they want to win our world. Forward, they do not know. They don't know that. They did not care for health system. That's why result of America is they are seeing no doctor, no nurse, no nursing homes, no hospitals. There are, but not well maintained. This our America speaks that I am a weak country. America has declared officially that it's a weak country because it controls nothing. England has declared that we are a weak country. It controls nothing. Europe has already declared we are very weak, we control nothing. There is no country left at this moment, and don't talk about ourselves, we have never controlled. I am not able to find on this 13th May 2020. I wanted to see one person as world leader. There is no one. There is no one whom we can call that this person as head. This person can manage this virus. No. This virus will manage itself only. This is not a criminal virus, remember? This is a teaching virus. This is an exam year virus. This has come to conduct our examination. This has come to set those people who are criminals right. Just like one doctor said, this is Mayavi. I respect this word now. This is Mayavi. Mayavi means, this mutation. It can mutate. It can do mutation. Means it can change its forms, its shape, its properties, and everything. Just like we used to see, devil is changing shape, is this and that. Mayavi. So this is Mayavi. You cannot defeat Mayavi. Ram failed to defeat Mayavi. Krishna failed to defeat Mayavi. It is throwing to everybody Sudarshan Chakra. To one is sees that this man is not. And this Sudarshan Chakra is what? This is Corona. Shape of Corona. What is that? A kind of a gear, mechanical gear. Though it is imaginary shape, I know, but imagination comes from God. It doesn't come from mathematics. A kind of a circular, like gear is shown. Somebody imagined that. So it comes and you cannot imagine what is size of this particle. They said your microscope, electron microscope, micro which you can see electrons only, not atoms, not electrons. Size of electron. You know what is electron? Electron means a particle is negatively charged, which does ionization. If you receive an electron, you are ionized. If you release electron, you have released electron, means you have released your negative charge. Ionization in clouds, you see, due to lighting or something, this is also called ionization. So ionization, they say this is even below size of electron. This cannot be observed in electron microscope, and there is no equipment available below that identification size. It cannot identify that. So if it's such powerful, just like you can say only soul, or you can say atma is maybe of that size. It can it can occupy your body if enters by chance. It can disturb your mind. People may not accept because scientists don't accept this, but they know it has. No doctor accepts you, but doctor knows there is such. Same thing I'm knowing. When I feel spirited, I feel a strength, and sometimes I don't feel strength. Oh, I have no energy today. I want to take rest. I want to sleep. And so, oh, I will walk in sun and say, oh, come on, let's go for 1 hour walk. And we walk. If I walk at age of 65, 66, I used to walk age of 30 also. I feel energetic sometimes. I don't feel it. Sometimes I'm too tired. Come on, let us sit somewhere and I relax for 10 minutes and I'll walk again. This happens. Sometimes you feel energized excessively and sometimes you feel de-energized. It happens because of what? It happens because of fluctuation of energy in your body. And that energy is what? That energy combinations of many energies. I am taking food, you are taking food, I am taking water, you are taking water, and the natural energy is coming into body through sun, through air pressure, or when through heat, through photons of sun, and through many other sources, oxygen from trees, nitrogen from plants, argon, etc. So if I feel variation in my energy and body, what does it mean? It means that something is moving around me. Everybody is staying in an envelope. I have talked in many talks regarding applied spiritual numbers. If you go to my videos, you'll find that I keep on keeping on publishing my story many times. Just for your information, because I'm not very big person. I'm very small. I'm not very eager. People know me and they watch my videos. I'm not that sort of person. Even then, I'm the time, okay, maybe if sometime you see in life and you see those videos, I'm not film star, I'm not scientist, I'm something whom people will follow. I'm very small person. I know I will not followed by many and people are not, they just want to, I don't know why they're even friends for what I know. This bad ideas for that they are friends, not for good ideas. I thought they will talk to me, they will offer me discuss something, but not finding that. No problem at all. I don't care of that. But question is, question is, energy is in body, and energy is external surface, external envelope of our body. Energy is very important for survival, and this is energy and nothing else. This virus is nothing but energy. So we have not to worry about that because this question is game of energy. It's not game of something else. It's only game of energy. Yes, it is very difficult to handle this. You cannot handle until you analyze and know something. and we have failed to know it. So I'm not trying to be optimist or pessimist in this regard, because a day would come when we know about that, but that will be too far. That's too far. We should ignore it now. We should not fear it. Of course, if you have to die, you have to die. No one can save you. But panic has to go. Nervousness has to go. In this time of virus, we should not talk of economy. Economy is always there. Why you want to misuse of this virus about economy? Why we are telling this virus we are so weak that we are counting our economy because of your here? This is a declaration of you're scared of virus. Economy was there, it is there, it would be there. Irrespective of fact virus is there or virus is not there. Do not mislead public. I am telling not to our Prime Minister but to all leaders of the world. Do not mislead public. You want to divert issue from public mind psychologically. You know whatever economy you have, you have. You can't change it. Economy is saying it will remain same, it will not go anywhere, because economy is not in my hand or your hands. Economy is in the hand of earth resources. Earth resources have not been disturbed. Do not mislead public of world. People can be misled very easily because they don't analyze. There is no harm to us. Yes, there is a delay. We know. There is a delay of 3 months, somewhere 2 months, somewhere 4 months. So what? At least you are living. This virus cannot kill all, remember. This virus is telling, remember nature. This virus is telling, I will stop your generations, and this is going to stop generations. Virus leads to impotency. This is what doctors say, this is what experts say. This reduces your power of generation, your power of potential energy. It can increase your impotency. That is what it says. So don't worry. It is game of reducing population of world. When God takes action, it's not easy action. God is not working in some one area. God cannot come like that. When only one country is affected, you can say, oh, it happened in America, Ebola came. It happened somewhere else, this came. No. This is whole world. This is problem for whole world, and that is beauty of this power. Whole world. This is what potential of this power. We say world leader. There is no world leader. No, there is a world best. We have a world guest. There is no world leader now. We have world guest. And this is our leader. This will set everybody right. And everybody should be set right by its existence. You can defeat these people. You can defeat our workers. Indeed, you are powerful. You can defeat them. You can exploit them. You can cause harm to them. But you are not powerful to cause harm to those people who are responsible for them. Our industries are so poor. Our factory owners are so poor. And government is so poor that they could not manage 2 or 3 months food for them, unfortunately. And we are talking of becoming superpower. We are talking of become world teacher. We are talking of being self-reliant. You cannot feed your public for 2 months and you dream of everything. This is where problem lies. Our leaders imagine, oh, everything is well, everything is fine, without even knowing what is problem. Did our leaders not know that we have such class of people who are financially poor, but work-wise they are not poor? Our people did not know this. If our leaders do not know this, then they have no right to be called our leaders. And they have no position even to be elected for these positions. If they cannot understand this point, that we have such class of people who are nearly half in society and they do not understand their problems. And even after knowing that, they are causing problems to them. Scrap this law, suspend these laws. Who are you? You cannot divide them of these rights. Why do you want to do that? And who are you to do that? You are lucky that you are leaders in this country. You are lucky. This is Bharat. This is not Egypt. This is not Gulf. This is Bharat. It is still that you are there. Or else, you know what these people could do? You can't even imagine. You can't even imagine what power they have. Once they come into their action, you can't stay there. This is working class. They are hard workers. And if they work to beat you, you won't stay in this country, believe me. You will run away. Respect them. Do not be servant to employers. Do not be servant to riches. Serve these people. Still time is there. If these people decide not to come back to join industries and factories and construction, you cannot do anything. You cannot do anything. Then go to temple and ring bell. That's all your job, nothing else. Only that you can do. Because you are not a problem solver, you are a problem creator. I do not understand our political leaders have some mind or they don't have mind. It may be opposition, it may be government, all are same. Here people are not issue based, people are just face based. I think this country is big, 130 crore people. We should have more smart people. We should have half at least smart. Nothing. Nothing here. Okay, doctors are busy in treatment, I understand. They are very busy people, they are fighting. They are warriors, okay. I exempt them from this check. But what about others? What about engineers? By whose name we say they are engineers? We name itself say engineers, intelligence, brilliance. Where is that brilliance? I did not find hardly few engineers to talk as such in open. Why? Why not? Is it not your job? Is it not your moral to speak for these people who directly or indirectly work for you? Maybe you are not directly for them, they are not directly for you, but they are industrial workers. You are directly involved in industry, you may not be directly involved in industry, but they are in same profession, same field. Then why don't you think that your liability is that to talk for them? But why they don't talk for them? You are staying home and sleeping because you are not affected. That's it. You are not affected. If engineers cannot speak for them, who will speak for them? You want to take work only? You don't want to help them? It's very serious issue. We are going to fall economically soon because you have treated them like below animals status, and they will teach you like what they are. And even if they do nothing, their curses would come to us. Their curses would come to us. They are poor, but they are stronger. That they have proved. They can walk 2 kilometers and kilometers and hundreds of kilometers. So they are much better than every one of us. We other middle class people, useless people, only can argue for nothing. We speak as if we are slaves to these politicians. I am not slaves to these politicians. You may be. I am not at all slaves for this. Why should I be slave? What I have taken from them, I have given them. I have not taken anything from them. They are dependent on me. I am not dependent on them. Why should worry about them? I don't consider them a God or my father or mother. Head lost again. You are nothing, my servant only. Do it for me or get lost. That's my principle. Go to anything. If you are doing something good, start not doing obligation on me. I will check you for every action. That's my duty as citizen of this country. I am citizen of this country. I am honor of this country. I am controller of this country, and I can control Prime Minister and President. I'll raise question to them. Whether or not they answer, it's up to them. If they're coward, they will not answer. If they are professional, they will answer. If they are logistic, they will answer. If they are really human, they will answer. If they don't answer, I don't consider them human. I consider them coward. Like, why coward we say? Cow. Cow never acts, cow never resists. Cow, like cow, they are gentle. Crooked. Don't show me what you want to do something, do it. Don't tell me you want to invest or you want to use 40 black crore. I don't want to listen this statement. Do it and prove it. That's what I want. I don't believe in your statements. I want to see result on ground. Question is why these people are in this situation now. Why? You are killer. Many died because of your inactions, because of policies. And you should be appreciated for that. Never, never, never. I want. Why should I worry of these people? Okay, one day I have to die. People have lakhs have died, and lakhs people in America have died, lakhs people in many areas, so what? I have also died. But one should have free conscience. I should not have any dirt in my conscience. I did injustice. I spoke against these poor people. Why should I speak against them? I should against these powerful people because they are not doing their job. Where are those 800 MPs? I did not see them on road to help these people. Where are again those 5,000 MLAs? I did not see them on road with these people. Where are those councillors and municipal body people who are not seen on roads? Why did not come to help these people? Because it's not their moral responsibility. This means everybody wants to keep silent. They are people only at time of vote. They are people. Otherwise, no, they are not people. They are animals. Indoor animals. This is our country. I do not accept this fact. We want to change our system. We want to change everything. We don't want to depend upon one person. Why should we depend upon one person? We are paying for 800 MPs. We are paying for 5,000 MLAs. We are paying for lakhs of municipality members. We are paying lakhs of panchayat people. Why we should not use them? And we have many lakhs IAS officers. What are they doing? Why not to question all them? Why should I expect everything from Prime Minister? Why Prime Minister is not using all them? Why he wants to take credit in his name? It's habit of Prime Minister to announce everything. I think he's very fond of that. He has to announce everything. Others, what they are doing? Are they clerk? Are they diary clerk? Are they dispatch clerk? I want to use my money. I'm paying to all them. Why I should not do? Why somebody says, "Oh, this man is alone"? No, he's not alone. It's fake statement. He is never alone. He has support of 800 MPs. He has support of 5,000 MLAs, and he has got lakhs and lakhs and lakhs of other members. Where is he alone? It's only misleading public statement. It is psychological effect only, nothing else. I want to see facts. I am one of public members, and I can say what I want to say. This is my job. This is my duty. If you cannot do this, it's up to you. If you want to act as bacteria or germ for a PM, act bacteria or germ for PM. I am not that. I want a PM who knows my poor people. I want a PM who has done something for them. No, this PM, he has done nothing for them. He is a killer indirectly for them. I want that person. Shall I get that person? This person is not that. I do not want talks. I do not folded hands, no. I want working hands. We are missing something. Public, stop emotionalizing yourself. These people are excellent in emotionalizing your minds, diverting your minds. Our problem is economy, poor and rich difference. Our problem is not something else. Our problem is not religion based. Our problem is not caste based. Our problem is money based. We have to see who is responsible, who is not responsible. If my workers don't have food for 2-3 months, this means they are not getting adequate salary. So simple. Or they were not paid salary. If they were not paid salary, what did government take action against honors? Government did not act against honors because they themselves are honors. Their relations are honors. They are paid donations by these honors in accounts of BJP or Congress, both, wherever they are in power. So they can't act against them. But I am not slave to this money. I am not slave to these honors. My worker just works for a whole day and gets some money, and that's it. That's only relation. Can you get these people from America or England or Canada? From where shall you get them? And even if you want to get them from there, how much you know how much you have to pay? My backbone, this government has broken. My trust, this government has broken. This government only talks, announce, and do nothing else. This government has deinstitutionalized everything. This government wants to do everything itself without doing anything. You may call it whatever you want to call, at least bother. I should not be bothered about everything because I am a citizen of this country. I am not political worker. And if somebody does not do good for my country, I would speak. Certainly. You may be bucks, I don't care. Maybe bucks. You may be paid, okay. Enjoy your salary. Enjoy your job with BJP, I don't care. But I shall speak for this unknown for me. I don't know any of them, but I speak. I have to speak for them because they are going to make this country, not you, not politicians. They are going to make this country. As far as honors are concerned, factory honors, industry, they are interested only in profit. They are not even worried about if somebody dies in accident on sites. They are not worried about that. They won't even record that. This is what we are. Well, this is what I wanted to say. Something actually, I was not ready with all this. I wanted to talk a little about that, but I don't know how every statement is connected to other statement goes on. I shift on to regular subject now. My subject, you know what it is. Currently, it is management and quality and contracts, all combination, management, quality control, all the safety I have already covered. And management includes quality, management includes planning, management includes contracts, and management includes everything. If you want to manage something, you have to manage everything. That's what is required, and that's very important now. Maybe you people are bored by me. Of course, I can bore you, and all let me see who's there because I will shift now. Good morning, Mr. Ram Kumar. Good morning, Shakib Hassan, and good morning, Mohammed Fanad. Also, welcome to all of you. What is there now? Now, management. Again, same. What is management? You all know, must be have known by now. To manage something positively, financially, clearly, professionally, technically, in a way that fits in to requirement or about it doesn't. It's produced in a quality way. It's produced in a safe way. Everything that's produced is first requirement is safety. Safety must be considered first. If we don't consider safety, better don't do that. Safety, then you can say planning, Then you can say finance. Then you can say, oh, what do you say, cost, quality. Yes, I said 3 points: cost, quality, and time. Time is number one because time relates to cost. Quality can be independent because quality is something else. First, we have to see what actually quality we mean by. When we talk of something, we talk of some system, and that system is organization. System means you have to follow it, or system means you have to create one. Systems can be created and systems can be followed. If you accept some system, not your own, you follow it. Because if you don't follow it, you cannot move forward. You will be in conflict with others. So in beginning, if you are somewhere, you're not very much absorbed in that system or merged in that system, then better you follow it and modify it. Following and modification can be done simultaneously because you can modify only when you understand this and you study it properly. And if you are designing your own system, well, that's up to you. How do you analyze your problems? How you encountered your issues? How have you been told by someone? Or have you gone through past records? That's lessons learned from problems. Those all can be augmented, can be included, can be related to your production system. If you're designing a system, you must be clear about possible problems, past problems, and current problems. And if you understand them very well, how to streamline that, how to devise that, you can constitute a system that speaks for itself. And system is never permanent. Remember, systems keep on changing depending on what's happening around. You have to change it this way or that way. So system means quality of system or quantity of system, or you can say quantity, system based quality, and then of course time. So there is one system, it has a quality, so there is quality linked to system, and of course quality linked to quality control. So there's one system control and then there is quality control. System control includes quality, but let us say system is independent of that for the time being because we have to understand system. Until you understand system, you cannot control quality. These are two terms which I am giving. You are first of all, you must be fit in that system if you want to research on that system. And once you conduct research on the system, you will find defects in that system. You will find exposure of secrecies, exposure of weaknesses. Some joints in the system loose, some joints are over tightened, not snug joints. So you have to check all those joints. You have to add more members to that system, or you have to take out some members and replace them. That depends on your research and innovation on that system. I'm talking a big system. I'm not talking a system of a company which is having 2 members. I'm not talking of that. System which is called professional. I'm talking of that. So once you understand system study, then you can modify that system to an extent that looks renewed one. Once you renew it, means you add quality to that and you see how it performs. And then you further know whether you lost or you gained in this system. If you lost in that, then you have to change it again. Maybe you resume past one or you add to this something and renew it in a perfect way, in a professional way. That was I'm talking about system is a system depends on quality, it depends upon time, it depends on quantity and many other supporting factors like resources is very important. Now we're talking human resources, we're talking equipment resources, we're talking money resources, and we talk of many other resources that come to life. It's not one, it's not all. Everybody's capacity is different. My capacity, your capacity, you take lakhs of people find difference in everyone. You'll find difference in moral system, you'll find difference in stock system, thinking system, you'll find difference in anything else. Because everybody is not equal. You'll find differences everywhere. People say that these 5 fingers are not equal. I don't accept that. I say this is equal now. What about this? That's what I say. If this is system, this is not system, that's the difference. Understand? This is system, no, this is not system. This is exposure and this is system. This is now power. Now you have to analyze all fingers. What finger is that? What finger is this? And you know purposes, fingers, how these are should be used. That's what system is about. Now we are talking about system goes to somewhere else. System goes from one to other one. System, let us say, system is designer, it goes to design. There's another system for design. Design has to see that system. The system here for planning. Planning has different system. The system of safety. Yes, safety is a system goes to somewhere else. So safety, detailed system of safety, and detailed system of planning, and detailed system of quality, and detailed system of everything. Detailed system of drawing, a detailed designs, and then further systems there. So there is a system of quality in this, and the quantity, and then contract. Contract goes to another system. So systems go to minor systems and minor systems and minor systems, which are fully explanatory in books forms. Not easy to read all because these are voluminous, very, very voluminous, and learning them all is not feasible. Life experience teaches you. That's best learning. You are there alone, you are learning, maybe your senior with you. It's up to you. Senior teaches you or don't teaches you. Maybe senior is not happy with you, he will not teach you anything, or he will over teach you. It depends upon the relations you have with your seniors. But remember, irrespective of senior being there or not there, work is there, life is there. You know mistakes only from work, and you know quality only from work. You know happiness from work. Once you do full work, happy, your results are happy, you feel, oh yes, I achieved this. But when they don't start there, but your intention, how to do it, how to start it, how to control it. So once you do it, second time you need not worry about it because you know it, you have done it. And third time, and fourth time, and fifth time, and sixth time, keep on moving. I can do during my sleep. Then you'll say that once. Oh, when I'm sleeping, I can tell you at that time what to do. That is what development is about. We should not worry about development. Development should worry about us. It should come to us. We should not go to it. That capacity we should have. We should develop our systems. We should understand our systems. So I have explained already what is quality in my all talks. I have explained about safety, health, and environment all talks. And then you see when two persons move together, how they move, how they walk, how they deal, how they talk, how they work, how they do everything. That is between tacit agreement or spoken agreement or written agreement or no agreement. In many cases, there is no agreement. People keep on walking and walking and walking long distances without any goal but destination. Milestone, this happens naturally, particularly when there's no other way out. It happens. When I plan to talk to you people on this system, I did not know anything. I was last year, February, I think, 2019. I saw many people saying, oh, I am live on Facebook, I am live here, I am live there. Means I did not understand what they're talking about. I don't know, maybe something special on Facebook or YouTube. People are live and maybe I don't understand that. I don't know that. I never did my life. Because I'm not smart. I was not smart. I was ignorant. I wanted to write on posts on Facebook, on some other. I thought that's end of life. I tried a lot. I tried a lot in that. But I thought people would take interest because I remember my time when people used to read. They used to read interestingly. And I remember my time that I used to do something for my community, for public. I did, but I found that writings did not find any place among public. And my weakness was that I usually write in English. In Hindi, I can translate. I don't write directly in Hindi because I can't. That's my weakness, you can say. It's my missing or my defect. Due to some reason, it's not because I don't like it, but because my education in science was in English medium and I passed only Hindi. In 8th or 9th standard, I think, they were up to 8th you used to study Hindi. But in 9th, there was a condition you have to pass an elementary Hindi examination to get admission card to board examination of higher secondary. Otherwise, I wouldn't have passed that. I and passed that like just for pass purpose, not to learn purpose, because that was a considered just means liability for those people who used to study sciences. And I was trying to tell means what my head was. So my subjects were physics, chemistry, English, mathematics, all these were English. And those that were Hindi medium or some other medium in our country. So I then used to write just everybody does in our sciences. They write English. Of course, that English is not grammatical or translation wise. It's ordinary English. Let us assume this and that, all that. So I thought people would do, but I found later on that people are not interested in English language. I don't know reason behind that, because it's not question of English or Hindi. It's question of communication. If I write English, it doesn't mean I don't know Hindi. I know Hindi, but I cannot write using these keyboards. I never did. But I can this Google translation, google.com translator it, that type of I can use and write. But I am sure that people they don't give response to all this. They either they want some photo session, some this PowerPoint presentation, or they are interested in photos you put on various posts. And I don't find any purpose of that. And those who are putting their photos or writing something, I even don't understand what's their purpose. Okay, you are free to write something, you are writing for your friends, for your family members or public, but it should be useful, it should be fruitful. I'm not objecting to them, they can do whatever they want, but I had different ideas. So I thought that I was just wasting time, because people are not able to read. And I then discovered people are not interested in constitution of this country. People are not interested in knowing laws about this country. I talk to people on this this messenger also sometimes, and I thought that they only said, "Oh, we didn't have this constitution of Indian education system. We didn't have these laws, and so how can we know?" Because our people are, barricaded by university. Our people cannot go beyond what university teaches us. That is our weakness. That means after even having law degree, master's degree or doctor's degree, you do not move yourself. You are not proactive walker. Until you are a proactive walker, you cannot do anything. Your teacher cannot take you everywhere. You have to go yourself. You have to become your own teacher. And that's what I believe in. I believe in self-study. And self-study is top study of world. Those who depend only on university professors, they can never study alone. They need someone who guides them. Means these students are weaker in, I can say, they are not offending learners. You have to offend every subject and learn it. That's called self-learning, and self-learning is only where there's no time limit, there is nothing. You know as much as you know, or you don't know anything. It's up to you. So I tried to involve people into that kind of study, but I failed. Well, I'm not sorry for that, because it's not my problem. If people read or people want it, that's they have to decide. I'm not going to demand votes from them or some money from them. It's up to you. If they are interested, no, I don't want this. Okay, enjoy your life. I I thought something and did that. So it depends. Means you may think for them, but it's not necessary people think for you. This is also true experience I have taken. Truth of life is that means it's like that. At death time, when you somebody dies in north of our country, they say Rami Naam Satya hai. If you heard that, or Hari ka Naam Satya hai, or whatever you call that, Ram Naam Satya hai, Satya Bolo Bhat hai. They speak like that. I analyze this. What means this very good word means if Ram Naam Satya, it's not what's wrong with that. Means is there something wrong? Technically speaking, analytically speaking, there's nothing wrong. But it is true that Ram name is Sat, truth. Truth is Ram, Ram is truth. What's bad in that? But if you tell this, if you speak say in the morning you're going somewhere, or you meet some Ram Nam Sat. If you say that, what shall this one react? Same thing is here. Truth is not respected by people. Truth is not respected by people, it's not respected by leaders, it's not respected by everybody. Everybody wants to hide truth and depend on lies. This is also part of life. It's difficult to stand at truth. There will be many people who accept fake, who don't accept truth. And when it's too late, they say, oh, I am cheated. You have been cheated, you would say. That character we should not have. If you are strong enough, you accept truth. Yes, I can make mistakes. Sorry. I never said I cannot make mistakes. I can misunderstand also. Because I'm human being. I am not expert on anything. If I say no, don't tell me I don't know. If somebody says, oh, you have something wrong like this, then I have to introspect myself. Probably I cannot introspect myself. Somebody else can tell me what is my weakness. If I know weakness, what's my job? What's my responsibility? To remove that weakness from my inside and replace it with power. So if that person who tells me about my bad point, my against me, my point against me, I think that person thinks for me. If somebody appreciates me only without any requirement, then that person is not with me. So that's what I try to help those who wait for help, but I'm not finding a vast section of people who are serious about their future. I try to issue some videos of English translation. It's very small. I felt that people are not having good knowledge of that. It's not criticism, it's a fact. It's either know it or don't know it. And I issued something about Earth, something about Sol system, something about, what you can say, many other subjects, many other talks, and you can say skill development, engineering, national news, international news. I tried to become, I tried to communicate to them. News, you cannot scan all papers in one day, and you may not like to do so because you are not linked to that news forever. You never go to newspaper. Whatever television just this broadcast, you accept that. For that purpose, I tried to put on many news links, whichever news were I thought are good for public. I tried to put them on posts of Facebook. Even then, some people are interested in that. I understand that. Not all are off from that, but still, people are not, they are not living beings, you can say. They are sleeping beings. I consider 98% people in this country sleeping beings. Even if you put water on them, bucket of water, or even sometimes you stick them, they won't come up. They have become used to sleep. And that is where danger lies, in fact. Dangers are those who sleep because if you sleep, you do not have information regarding what's happening around. If you sleep. So that is, in fact, dangerous situation in our country, and particularly youth. I can't blame those who have past life. One more, one more fictitious development we have made in our minds, that such a vast country, and we think that one person will handle this, one person will handle this. This is another fictitious development we have made in our minds, which is fake and nothing else. Even for doing a small job, what happens? Doctor needs a nurse, doctor needs compounder. I, being an engineer, needs many people to work for me, work with me. You tell me anything there which alone someone can do, except watchman or guard. If guard does something, then driver also does something. So tell me something which can be done uniquely by someone. No. That's what I'm saying. People in a country which is having 130 crore minds or heads, if that country thinks that one can handle this, I think more than level of foolish than that we have, no other that has. They cannot. Of course, they elect leaders. Indeed, they elect leaders, but they don't rely on them. They watch what leader is doing and freely raise questions, which must be asked, because ultimately it's our country. If we lose something, we lose it. If we gain something, we gain it. This is for everybody, not for politicians. Have a job. This is the job. They want to survive in job. Maybe government politicians or opposition politicians. I don't blame them, because this is their job. They can't work something else. Simple. Once you are in far, far of power, in far world of power, you cannot survive without that, because you can't do work in that case. Everybody is not Obama who used to do job somewhere else. So what I say, in our system comes agreement between two people. Agreement between two people, two persons, that is called legal contract. Legal in a sense that it is writing, it's an agreement, it's not simply statement by verbatim. I say no, we both agreed together. If somebody says no, no, I did not agree later on, no. There's a law that contract means something agreed between two parties or two persons. Yes, that's a contract. But it is also not confirmed that it should be in writing. It should be writing in some sense, but it should be agreed. That's important, and both parties should accept that. In case there is no writing, then it should be approved by consent, by speech, or by some other sign. And if one party displaces that, no, no, I did not accept this, then that contract is broken or disputed. For example, you buy a railway ticket, you are given a page, this paper. This paper is a contract. Until you have this paper, you are bound by this contract. Or until you travel that journey, you finish that journey, you are bound by this contract. Same thing when you have some service, whatever kind of service, you are bound by this contract. Unfortunately, there is no contract between elected representatives and electors. There's no such contract. There's a contract called constitution, but it doesn't go to that extent that you have to get signatures of everybody. So public and leaders are having different relation than state and leaders. There's a signature of that politician in register and wrote, but not in public. So device is a contract between two persons when there's involvement of money, when somebody has to do something for other end user, and we find that stage of contract where we both agree together, and there's some device, there is some system evolution in many decades that came to construction field, that's called contract system, or you can say contract standard, which is done by FIDIC. It is Federal Intellectual. It's FIDIC, which explained to you before, FIDIC. That system of contract is very important from from understanding by all those who deal in this field. And I talked about I talked about that to you. Sometimes I slip my language, because don't take, because I don't think what I'm speaking. I speak in a different way, so slips. Many words slip from my tongue. I just speak without thinking because writing thinking is different than speak thinking. This is contract of construction. I showed to you this slide this many times, and you know that from what I'm talking about. And let me show you once again if you want to see what I'm talking of, and that is big one. Cover page only I'll show you, and some time because if you're not seen that last time, you may at least know now. This that doesn't take much time, maybe just half a minute maximum. So I stay for that here and show you what's talked about, what's just about time. That's it. If you see here, this is cover page of that. Maybe I've seen before. It doesn't harm. This is conditions of contract for construction. It is a red book issued by FIDIC, FIDIC, and there are many pages on this. If I show you pages, I show you what I'm talking about. It's important. I'm not going to copyrights and I'm going to some sketches. This is very important document from from contract's viewpoint because in contracting we use this very much. Sequence of timings is here on contract. This timings have been converted into graphics. Then it's a time sequence, and then there's some other sequence here. If you can download this file, it's available on my links shown in text of this video. There are many links shown. You can, if you want, if you wish, you can go through that. It is better if you see that by downloading the file. And of course, then there are then conditions here, index here of this. I'll read that one for you. That you can say this index. I'll read it for you again. Like that. All. And here starts general conditions. So I'll not show you all this because this is text only. Now I'll go to review what we talked yesterday. First I review and then we go on talking in further to that. What we review what we have talked so far, and that is we talk conditions of contract. This is cover page on which written general conditions guidance for preparations of particular conditions and annexes, form of securities, form of letters of tender, letter of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute and litigation avoidance agreement. If you go further, you'll find this is publication number ISBN 978-2-88432-084-9, and this is second edition 2017. And the general condition, this is regarding, in this is forms of letter, tender, letters of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication, avoidation agreement, and this condition of contract for buildings and engineer works for buildings and engineering works generated by employer, and this based on deadline. Then this copyright page, I'm not going to talk of that. This is natural. Then there's contents page. I'll go direct to contents. That is acknowledgement is there. I'm not talking about that. Acknowledgement is also there, and because the notes are there for notes, and I should say trial sequence of that we have talked trial sequence of graphics, and the typical sequence of payment and graphics, and then disputes. This of disputes and then there's disputes, and then there is typical sequence of events and agreements of determination under subclause conditions. Also events. Therefore, I'm going to do about now we are reaching index here. This is general conditions and that's index. I'll just speak titles and then come on to forward because you may I don't know you are here or sorry. I'll speak this the general provisions. In this general provision, this number one, which is definition, interpretations, notice and other communications, law and language, priority of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, delayed drawings or instructions, employer's use of contractor's documents, contractor's use of employer's documents, confidentiality, compliance with leaves, compliance with laws, joint and several liability, limitation of liability, contract termination. This is in section 1 of this 21 sections of part 1 of the 21 parts. Now number 2, that section 2, employer or employer says right of access to site, assistance, employer's personal and other contractors, employer's financial arrangements, site data and item of reference, and employer supplied materials and employer's equipment. When we go further, this is section 3, engineer's duty and authority, engineer's representative, delegation by engineer and engineer's instructions, then replacement of engineer and assignment, an agreement of determination and meetings. Then section 4 is contractors general obligations, performance security, contractors representative, contractors documents, the training, cooperation, setting out health and safety obligations, quality management and compliance verification system, then use of site data, then sufficiency of accepted contract amount and unforeseeable physical conditions, rights of way and facilities, avoidance of interference, access routes, transport of goods, contractor equipment and protection of environment, temporary utilities, progress reports, and security of site, contractors' operations at site on sites, archaeological and geological findings. When there's subcontractor 5, so subcontractors, nominated subcontractors, 10 staff and labor becomes 6. Staff and labor, engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and construction of labor, recruitment of persons, labor laws, working hours, facilities for staff and labor, health and safety of personnel, contractors, superintendents and contractors' personnel, contractors' records, disorderly conduct key personnel. And section 7, plant machinery, plant materials and workmanship, is manner of execution, samples, inspection, testing by contractor, defects and rejections, remedial works and ownership of part of plant and material and royalties. Then section 8, which is commencement delays and suspension, commencement of works, time for completion, program, advance warning, extension of time for completion, delays caused by authorities, and rate of progress, delay damages, employer suspension, consequences of riders, employer suspension, payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, then prolonged suspension, resignation of work, and test on completion. That's number 9. This is contractor's obligation, delayed tests, retesting, failure to pass tests on completion. Then section 10, employers taking over. Section 10 is employers taking over. What is that? Taking over of works and sections, taking over parts, interference with tests on completion, surface requiring reinstatement, and then defects after taking over. This is number 11, and that is completion of outstanding work and remedying defects, cost of remedying defects, cost of remedying defects, and extension of defects. Then you go say section 11. I think section 11 got on, yeah, defects after taking over. This is let us say, better I repeat, completion of outstanding work and remedying defects, cost of remedying defects, and extension of defects notification period, and and failure to remedy defects, then remedying of defective work off site, further tests after remedying defects, right of access after taking over, contractor to search, performance certificate, unfulfilled obligations, and clearance of site. Section 12 is measurement and valuation, and that is works to be measured, method of measurement, valuation of works, omissions, and then 13 is variation and adjustments, that is right to work, value engineering, variation procedures, provisional sums, day work, adjustments of changes in laws, and adjustments for changes in costs. Then section 14, contract price and payment. Contract price, advance payment, application for interim payment, schedule of payments, plants and materials intended for work, and issue for issue of IPC, payment, and when we say issue of IPC means actually interim payment certificate, it is running payment certificate, then payment, delayed payment and release of retention money, statement at completion, final statement, discharge, issue of EPC, cessation of employers, liability and currencies of payment, then it is termination by employer. That's 15, termination by employer. Now notice to correct, termination for contractors, the default, and valuation after termination for contract default. Then after that, termination of employer is notice to contract, termination for contractors default, valuation and termination for contractors default, payment after termination for contractors default, termination for employers convenience, valuation after termination for employers convenience, payment after termination for employers convenience. In between, you'll find my eyes will close because there's a problem in my eyes. My eyes get dry too early because both eyes were operated, and one was in 2010, one was 2011, and both are cataract operations, both are cataract. So the eye I find some problem in the eyes. My still number exists because of retina, and sometimes I'm from this affected. So automatically, sometimes I see that my eyes are closed for these moments. Please don't mind that this happens with me. So suspension and termination by contractor. That's It's suspension and termination by contractor. The contractor suspends something is suspended by contractor, termination by contractor, contractor's obligations and termination. payment after termination by contractor, and then you can say care of works and indemnities now is for care of work, the responsibility for care of works. It's not simply responsibility and liability for care of works, intellectual and industrial property rights and indemnities by contractor, indemnities by employer and shared indemnities. Section 18 is exceptional events. Exceptional events means notice an exceptional event and duty to minimize delay. Consequences of an exceptional exit event. It's an event of events. There's a section 19, that's insurance. In the general requirement and insurance to be provided by contractor and employs, the section 20 employees and contractors claim, and that is claims for payment and or equity. Then there is this disputes and arbitration, and that is constitution of DAAB, failure to appoint DAAB members, avoidance of disputes, and obtaining DAAB's decision, and, and amicable settlement, arbitration, failure to comply with DAB decision, no DAB in place. Appendix, general conditions upon dispute of disputes, evidence, adjudication, agreement, and an index of some clauses. This is what this book is about. Now, what actually we studied so far in general provisions, let's say, let's have title or review of that. So we can go further for another 2 hours. There was in definition 1.1 accepted contract and accepted contract amount, advance payment certificate, advance payment guarantee, base date, rules of quantities, claim, and commencement date, compliance verification system, condition of contract office, conditions, contract agreement, contract data, contract price, contractor's documents, contractor's equipment, and contractual personnel and contractual representative, cost and cost plus profit and country and DAB and dispute avoidance adjustment code, DAB agreement, due, duties, and then DAB agreement, and then date of completion, and after that day work schedule and defects notification period, or then we'll go further, say day damages, see day work schedule, defects notification period, daily wages, and then you go further, delay damages and disputes and drawings, employer plus equipment plus person, employer supplied materials and engineer representative, exceptional event, extension of time, EOT, FIDIC, that is Federal International Gas Engineers Complete. Final payment certificate, FPC, final statement for currency, general conditions, and goods, internal payment certificate, etc. Then come on to interim, Final payment certificate, final statement, foreign currency, general conditions, and goods. Interim payment certificate. Then interim payment certificate, joint venture taking, and then that's key personal laws, law of letter of acceptance, letter of credit, tender, local currency, materials and months, no objection, notice, no objection, notice, notice of dissatisfaction, then particular conditions and parties and party politics, party what is it is, and then particular conditions, party, payment certificate, performance certificate, performance security, payment certificate, performance security, and permanent works, plant, programs, criminal system, QM system, retention money, reviews, casuals, and and schedule of payments, action site, special provisions, specifications, statements of contractor, taking over certificate and temporary works, then tender, test and commissions, test and then test and completion, and unforeseeable after that. And then you can say, other than this, is there, that is over there. Variation, what's year, and then now I go to point where I was discussing, and this was we had crossed. I'm just trying to say where I was. Contract agreement is over. It was somewhere in employer's use of one. We had gone to one end. So, which cases was I was somewhere engineer, near engineer, yes. So it's engineer now. I'm talking from 3.1, that is engineer. If you have that page videos, fine. I'll show you here. I think engineer, fine. Maybe it's long back in that. A little bit only. Engineer. Maybe you people think something about engineer. It's not that something. It's the responsible position of engineering where you release your citizen. It one. You take engineer position here in contract. That's what I'm going to talk. I already talked this. I'll talk again because this is a very special position. It's a position where both parties are controlled by engineer. What is the engineer now? Question is arising. Question arising. What's the engineer? Now it's 5:30. Now I have done it. I have spoken to you before, but let me repeat it because it's very important point from every review point to understand this. If you don't understand, we have confusion in our mind that in government only there are engineers, no one else. Now employer, there's one employer and there's one contractor, and of course in between two is engineer. That's what it's something management engineer you can say, total engineer you can say. We'll define now. We'll see what actually we want to say. I think first I don't know why. Why are you first? Maybe because I was speaking. I got up at 1:40 a.m. and I slept at around 9:20, 9:15. So I think my sleep is not happy with me. This man is miser in sleeping. This man hates sleep, and my sleep is not my friend. I can say that much. Employer shall appoint engineer. Employer shall appoint engineer who shall carry out duties assigned to engineer in contract. Engineer in contract is a word here, not otherwise. Engineer in contract. Now, engineer shall be vested with all authority necessary to act as engineer under contract. Engineer is a legal entity as natural person employed by engineer. An engineer is a legal entity, a natural person employed and shall be employed by engineer. Means there should be an engineer appointed by engineer or something else for representing him. So engineer is a legal, actually English language is defective here. Engineer is a legal entity, a natural person employed by engineer shall be appointed and authorized to act on behalf of engineer under contract. Actually, this is one part. Before it, there should be other one which is always there. Engineer is a person to be appointed by employer for suppose. So here it means engineer appoints another engineer. In fact, that is resident engineer or representative engineer, and it says it appointed and authorized to act on behalf of engineer under contract. Engineer under contract appoints another engineer. This one says engineer under contract appoint another engineer for purpose of authority and appointment to work on behalf of engineer. Or you may call it representing engineers or everybody is that if you do work for someone. Now says engineer or if a legal entity that natural person appointed to act on behalf shall be. Now what actually one should be engineer for if a legal entity natural person appointed to act on its behalf shall be a professional engineer. It says professional engineer. People understand many things about that. We will talk of later on. Professional engineer having suitable qualifications, experience, and competence to act as engineer under contract, and shall be fluent in ruling language defined in sub-clause 1.4 law and language. Then where engineer is a legal entity, engineer shall give a notice to parties where legal entities they are. Engineer is a legally appointed engineer, not just every engineer, legally appointed engineer. Engineer shall give a notice to parties of a natural person, or any replacement appointed and authorized to act on behalf. Authority shall not take effect. This authority is issued shall not take effect until this notice has been received by both parties, and that is owner or employer or the contractor. Engineer shall similarly give a notice of any resource of such authority. Now, engineer's duties and authorities, that's point, that's very important. Appointment is there, but what is the duties doesn't know what he has to do. What do you think one should do? Now, except as otherwise stated in these conditions, wherever carrying out duties or executing authority specified in or implied by contract, engineer shall act as a skilled professional and shall be deemed to act for employer. I read it again. except as otherwise stated in these conditions, except as otherwise. I should read. I cannot read like this. It's not proper. Let me see if I can blow it up and read. I want to use glasses actually. Let's see if I can read. My this system is blown up. So I keep it 150% and see if I can read here. So engineers' duties and authority. I think I can read some more block. It's not coming in nonsense. So let's see 175. 175 and I see if we can. Okay, let me see. It's better because all right. So engineer's duty, except as otherwise. I'm not getting comfortable here. I think 150 is okay. All right. I can't do it. 150. So except otherwise stated in these conditions, whenever carrying or whenever carrying or exercising authority specified in or implied by contract, it cannot do that. I don't know why. Oh, here it's oh my god, it has got to 160%. Fuck off. Yes, I can't use this glass, so allow me go those engineer's duties, except as otherwise stated in these conditions, whenever carrying out duties or exercising authority specified specified in or implied by contract, engineer shall act as a skilled professional and shall be deemed to act for employer. I again say, engineer shall have no authority to amend contract. Engineer shall have no authority to amend contract. Contract cannot be engineer contract change नहीं कर सकता or except as otherwise stated in these conditions to relieve either party of any duty, obligation or responsibility under or in connection with this contract. इंजीनियर के पास कोई अधिकार नहीं है कि वो इस करार को चेंज कर सके या सुधार सके और इसकी कंडीशंस को चेंज कर सके या सुधार सके एक्सेप्ट एज अदरवाइज स्टेटेड इन दिस कंडीशन. जो कंडीशंस में लिखा है वो फॉलो होगा. या कोई अथॉरिटी नहीं कि किसी पार्टी को रिलीव कर दे वो किसी ड्यूटी से, किसी अधिकार से, उनके उनकी से जिम्मेदारी से. ऐसा अधिकार इंजीनियर को भी नहीं है. राइट. Engineer has also to follow this. So what it says, engineer shall have no authority to amend contract or except as otherwise stated in these conditions to relieve either party of any duty, obligation or responsibility under or in connection with contract. Engineer may exercise authority attributable to engineer as specified in or necessary to be implied from contract. If engineer is required to obtain consent of employer before exercising a specified authority. Requirement shall be as stated in particular conditions. क्या कहते हैं दोबारा सुनिए. इंजीनियर में एक्सरसाइज अथॉरिटी एट्रीब्यूटेड टू इंजीनियर. जो भी उसकी पोस्ट के सामने, उसके काम के सामने उसके पास जिम्मेदारियां दी गई हैं, उसको अधिकार दिए गए, वो करेगा. इंजीनियर में एक्सरसाइज authority attributable to engineer as specified in or necessarily to be implied from contract. If engineer is required to obtain consent of employer before exercising a specified authority, requirements shall be as stated in particular conditions. There shall be no requirement for engineer to obtain employer's consent before engineer exercises his or her duty or authority under subclause 837 agreement or determination. 3 में देखें क्या होता है. Employer shall not impose further constraints on engineer's authority. Now we go further. However, whenever engineer exercises a specified authority for which employer consent is required, then for purpose of this contract, such consent shall be deemed to have been given. Which is whenever engineer exercises a specified authority for which employer consent is required, then for purpose of this contract, such consent shall be deemed to have been given. If it's written in contract or something and if they say all the permission only, okay. Now any acceptance, agreement, approvals. Now any agreement, acceptance, agreement, approval, check, certificate, comment, consequence, consent, disapproval, examination, and inspection, instruction, notice, no objection, records of meetings, permission, proposal, record, reply, report, request, review, test, valuation, or similar act including absentees, absence of any such act by engineer representative or any assistant shall not relieve contractor from any duty, obligation or responsibility contractor has under or in connection with contract. दोबारा ले लीजिए इसको इसमें इम्पोर्टेंट बात एनी एक्सेप्टेंस कोई भी स्वीकृति स्वीकृति स्वीकार कोई भी स्वीकृता एग्रीमेंट फैसला अप्रूवल मानना चेक करना सर्टिफिकेट द्वारा हिंदी में नहीं बता दी any acceptance agreement approval any acceptance agreement approval check certificate comment consent disapproval examination inspection institute instructions notice no objection records of meeting permission proposal record reply report request review test and test valuation or similar act including absence of any such act by engineer's representative or any assistant shall shall not relieve contractors from any duty, obligation, or responsibility contractor has under or in connection with contract. Now further, 3.3. Engineers representative, actually real people come now. Working class people you can say, real persons who work on field, these come now. Engineers representative. Engineers generally doesn't go to sites, very rarely, or inspections only. Now, engineer may appoint an engineer. Engineer may appoint an engineer representative and delegate to him or her. In accordance with subclass 3.4, we'll see what is now correct. Delegation by engineer authority necessary to act on behalf of. Alright, so we'll read it. Engineer may appoint an engineer representative and delegate to him or her in accordance with subclause 3.4. Delegation by engineer authority necessary to act on engineer's behalf at that site except to replace engineer's representatives. Then we say engineer's representative if appointed. Generally it is appointed, not if. But let us say if appointed. We are not saying not appointed, but if appointed. Engineer's representative if appointed shall shall comply with subparagraphs A and B of subclause 3.1 engineer and shall be based on a site for whole time that works are being executed at site. ये जो अपॉइंट किया जा रहा है इंजीनियर्स रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, ये फुल टाइम साइट पर काम करेगा, साइट बेस्ड ही होगा काम को कराने के लिए. If engineer's representative is to be temporarily absent, now what is say, it's very important here. Engineer representative shall be responsible for everything on site, shall be based on site for whole time that works are being executed at site. If engineer's representative is to be temporarily absent from site during execution of works, an equivalently qualified, experienced, and competent replacement shall be appointed by engineer, and contractor shall be given a notice of such replacement. Such an important person. This engineer's representative should be available on site whole time, dedicatedly. They should dedicate on site. They should be responsible for site works. And even if that person is absent temporarily, it's a couple of days or something, then there should be a replacement for that, equally qualified replacement. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, equally qualified, experienced and competent replacement shall be appointed by engineer, and contractor shall be given in the net loss of such. Then I say that, yeah, sometimes I have another glass. I don't use that as reading glass. I never use that. So say an equivalent qualified, experienced and competent. What is competent actually? Legally capable, where one can be relied upon. That's called competent. Competent, where, okay. Now we have a parallel replacement and notification has been given to contractor. Contractor. Now come on. Delegation by engineer 3.4. What is delegation by engineer? How can engineer delegate his works? Let us see. Let's see how it works. This is 3.4 delegation by engineer. Engineer may from time to time assign duties and delegate authority to assistants. Assistants means engineer may from time to time assign duties and delegate authority to assistants, and may also revoke such assignments or delegations by giving a notice to parties describing assigned duties and delegated authority of each assistant. Assignments, delegations, or revocation shall not take effect until notice has been received by both parties. All right then. Engineer may from time to time assign duties and delegate authority to assistants and may also revoke such assignment or delegation by giving notice to parties. Describing assigned duties, and delegated authority of each assistant. Now, delegation, or revocation shall not take effect until this notice has been received by both parties. However, engineers shall not delegate authority to act under subclause 3.7 agreement or determination and or issue a notice to correct utility. Correct. Now, there are some details now. That is, however, engineers shall not delegate authority to number one, act under subclause 3.7 assignment or determination. Determination means money matters or some other policy decision. Then issue a notice to correct under such a clause. Notice to correct, that is, assistant shall be suitably qualified natural person who are experienced and competent to carry out these duties and exercise this authority, and who are fluent in language of communications defined in subclause 1.4 Law Act. Now, assistants shall be suitably qualified natural persons who are experienced and competent to carry out these duties and exercise this authority, and who are fluent fluent in language of communication defined in subclass 1.4 Law and Language. Now we move to each assistant to whom duties have been assigned or authority has been delegated shall only be authorized to issue instructions to contractor to extent defined by engineer's notice of delegation under this subclause. Now we are talking about engineers who are assistant to engineers, what role they have. So, again, I am telling, says each assistant to whom duties have been assigned or authority has been delegated shall only be authorized to issue instructions to contractors to extent defined by engineer's notice of delegation. Under subclause, any act by assistant, what do we say now? Each assistant to whom duties have been assigned or authority has been delegated shall only be authorized to issue instruction to contractor to extent defined by engineer's notice of delegation. Under under subclause, any sub any act or by an assistant in accordance with engineer's notice of delegation shall have same effect as through act as through act as though any act by an assistant in accordance with engineer's notice of delegation shall have same effect as though the act had been an act of engineer. This is whatever work this assistant does, it shall be legally assumed that this is done by engineer. It is done by assistant or it is done by deputy. However, if contractor questions any instruction or notice given by a assistant, if contractor questions, contractor may be giving a notice refer to matter to engineer. Engineer shall be deemed to have continued. Now it's very complicated actually. Notice of delegation. An act by an assistant in accordance with engineer's notice of delegation shall have same effect as though act had been an act of engineer. However, if contractor questions any instruction or notice given by assistant, contractor may be giving a notice refer matter of to engineer. Engineer shall be deemed to have confirmed. Engineer shall be deemed to have confirmed assistant's instruction or notice. If engineer does not respond with sorry, doesn't respond within 7 days, engineer shall be deemed to have confirmed assistant's instruction or notice. If engineer does not respond within 7 days after receiving contractor's notice, reversing or varying assistant instruction or notice as case may be. You know that whatever instruction or notice engineer assistant gives to contractors, whatever decision they take in absence of engineer, that shall be binding on contractors. So we must be clear about this. If contractor raises a question of whatever instruction or notice given by assistant, contractor may be giving a notice, refer the matter to engineer. Engineer shall be deemed to have confirmed assistant's instruction or alright. So it's very clear. Engineer shall be deemed to have confirmed in assistant's instruction or notice if engineer does not necessarily respond within 7 days after receiving contractor's notice, reversing or varying assistant's instruction or notice as case may be. Now, engineer's instructions are now come to game, that is engineer's instruction, which are legal actually. Engineer's instruction. Engineer may issue to contractor, engineer may issue to contractor at any time instructions which may be necessary for execution of works. So engineer may issue to contractor at any time instructions which may be necessary for execution of works all accordance with contract. Contractor shall only take instructions from engineer or from engineer's representative if appointed or an assistant to whom appropriate authority to give instructions has been delegated under subclause 3.4 delegation by engineer. Now we'll go further. Subject to following provisions of subclause. Contractors shall comply with instructions given by engineer or engineer's representative if appointed or delegated assistant on any matter related to contract. If an instruction states that it constitutes a variation means change or difference. If an instruction states that it constitutes a variation from contract cost. Subclause 13.3.1 variation by instruction shall apply. What happens in that case? Now let me read first and explain to you what is that. Now what is that? If an instruction states that it constitutes a variation by instruction shall apply. If not stated and contractor considers that instruction constitutes a variation or involves work that is already part of an existing variation or does not comply with applicable laws or will reduce safety of works or is technically impossible. See difference? One is variation by instruction, which engineer states. Says that if an instruction states that it constitutes a variation, that variation by instruction shall apply. Otherwise, somebody alright. So other cases, one case is engineer writes itself. There's a variation. Other case is contractor thinks that it has a variation. It's contractor's assessment, it's not written. Contractor thinks that it constitutes a variation or involves work with that is already part of existing variations. Then it doesn't comply with applicable laws. This is another point. Whatever instruction has come, it doesn't comply with applicable laws or will reduce safety of works or technically impossible. This is what contractor thinks. What to do in that case? Let us see. Hmm. Hmm. Now, contractor shall immediately and before commencing any work, immediately before commencing any work related to instruction, give a notice to engineer with reasons. If engineer does not respond within 7 days after receiving this notice, by giving a notice confirming, reversing or varying instructions, engineer shall be deemed to have revoked any instruction. Okay, now let's say अगर 7 दिन में नोटिस जाता है, 7 दिन का इंजीनियर के पास कि भाई आपने ठीक नहीं लिखा है, ये इसमें गड़बड़ है, ऐसा अगर आप कराएंगे तो आपको इसकी वेरिएशन कॉस्ट देनी होगी, या ये जो आपने इंस्ट्रक्शन दी है ये यहाँ के नियम के अधिनियम के हिसाब से नहीं है, इसमें सेफ्टी नहीं है, इसमें ऐसा हो सकता है। और यदि इंजीनियर 7 दिन में जवाब नहीं देता है, ऐसा नोटिस देने के बाद कोई नोटिस नहीं देता है, कंफर्म नहीं करता है, रिवर्स नहीं करता है, उसका मतलब ये होगा कि इंजीनियर ने अपनी इंस्ट्रक्शन को रिवोक कर दिया है। या फिर आप कंप्लाई कीजिए। फिर पढ़ लेते हैं, एक बार क्लियर होना चाहिए, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जाना ठीक है। इस मामले में कानून का मामला है, गड़बड़ में गड़बड़ हो जाएगा, मैसेज गलत चला जाएगा। Contractor shall immediately and before commencing any such activity or formulated to instruction, give a notice to engineer with reasons. Notice with reasons. If engineer does not respond within 7 days after receiving this notice, by giving a notice confirming, reversing or varying instructions, engineer shall be deemed to have revoked. Alright. If engineer does not respond within 7 days after receiving notice, by giving a notice confirming, reversing, or varying instruction, engineer shall be deemed to have revoked instructions. Otherwise, his contractor shall comply with and be bound by terms of engineer's instruction if there is a response. Now 3.6 replacement of engineer. This I told you, this engineer instruction is very important. This is legal, and there are many instructions. Of side instruction is not that important as is engineer's instruction, because this is legal instruction. This comes when money is involved. Now, replacement of engineer. Engineer is a big man. Replace an engineer. Let's go to replacement of engineer. If employer intends to replace engineer, employer चाहता है इसको हटा दो यार, इसको इंजीनियर को, कितनी बड़ी अथॉरिटी होते हैं जानते हैं? बताया ना आपको मैंने। If employers intends to replace engineer, employer shall not less than 42 days. Employer shall not less than 42 days before intended date of replacement give a notice to contractor of name, address and relevant experience of intended replacement engineer. If employer intends to replace engineer, employer shall not less than 40 days before intended date of replacement give a notice to contractor of name, address and relevant experience of, of irrelated state. 42 days before intended date of replacement, employer has to give notice in which should contain name, address, and relevant experience of proposed replacement of engineer. समझ गए? नहीं समझे? इंजीनियर को हटाना है और ठेकेदार को भी बताना है। इंजीनियर को हटाने के लिए जो एम्प्लॉयर है जिसने इंजीनियर को अपॉइंट किया है वो नोटिस देगा, बताएगा 42 दिन पहले हटाने से कि नया इंजीनियर कौन है, उसका नाम क्या है, पता क्या है और उसके एक्सपीरियंस इस प्रोजेक्ट में कितना है, ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट में कितना है। This is necessary. If contractor does not respond within 14 days, if contractor does not respond within 40 days after receiving that notice by giving a notice stating an objection to such replacement with reasons, contractor shall be cleared, shall be deemed to have accepted this replacement. Automatic summary. Means within this period, if engineer is not responded by contractor, there's a baby, sick one or no one. If this simple बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। आप किसी भी इंजीनियर को बिना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के मजे से नहीं रख सकते क्योंकि उसको भी डील करना है उससे, यहाँ को हेरा फेरी नहीं हो रही है। मान लीजिए कॉन्ट्रैक्टर मान जाता है, एम्प्लॉयर शैल नॉट रिप्लेस engineer with a person, whether a legal entity or a natural person. After receiving notice, if contractor does not respond within 14 days by giving a notice stating that objection to such replacement with reasons, contractor shall be deemed to have been accepted replacement. And employer shall not replace engineer with a person, whether a legal entity or a natural person, against whom contractor has raised reasonable objection by a notice under this clause. Understand? अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने ऑब्जेक्शन किया तब क्या है? Employer shall not replace engineer with a person, whether a legal entity or a natural person, against whom contractor has raised reasonable objection by a notice under this clause. Then, if engineer is unable, if engineer is unable to act as a result of that, थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, समझना पड़ेगा. If engineer is unable to act as a result of death, सोचिए, मर जाता है. If engineer is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, or resignation, or in case of an entity, engineer becomes unable or unwilling to carry out any of duties other than other than for a cause other than for a cause attributable for सोचना पड़ता है. Unwilling to carry out any of his duties other than for a cause attributable to employer. Employer shall be entitled to immediately appoint a replacement by giving a notice to contractor with reasons and name, address, and relevant experience to of replacement. समझ लो क्या करें भाई. What I am saying is little complication is here. If engineer is unable, this question of unability, non-ability. If engineer is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, or resignation, or in case of entity, engineer becomes to unable or unwilling to carry out any of these duties other than for a cause, earthquake, attribute the cause attributable to employer, and unwilling to carry out any of duties other than for a cause attributable to employer. Employer shall be entitled to immediately appoint a replacement by giving a notice to contractor with reasons and names, addresses, and relevant experience of replacement. Employer shall be entitled to immediately appoint a replacement by giving a notice to contractor with reasonable reasons and names, addresses, and relevant experience of replacement. This appointment shall be treated as a temporary appointment until this replacement is accepted by contractor or another replacement is appointed under same clause. It's forced on. This appointment shall be treated as temporary appointment until until throwing this permanent. Very complicated clause. Agreement. You see how much freedom has been given both to engineer and to and to employer is a freedom. And contract is also coming to play. Whether the contract accepts or doesn't accept, that's the question. His contract has to accept or reject. Then let's go to agreement or determination. एग्रीमेंट और डिटर्मिनेशन आप इंजीनियर की बातें खत्म कर रहे हैं, आगे चलेंगे उसकी ड्यूटी बताएंगे बाद में। बड़ा अजीब सा है रिश्ता। हम कहते हैं गुलाम है ठेकेदार, कह देते हैं यार ठेकेदार है, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ऐसे ही होते हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, हमारे इंजीनियर बोल देते हैं। उनको पता नहीं बेचारों को क्या कानून है, क्या इंटरनेशनल लॉ है। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की परमिशन चाहिए उसके लिए, देखिए ना। This contractor is a professional. He knows what's right, what's not right. That's required. Agreement or determination. Sometimes I don't know how many changes are there. How can people react to those? Well, no problem. When carrying out duties under this clause, engineers shall act natural between between parties with aim to sons. Hmm. Hmm. When carrying out duties under such clause, engineers shall act naturally between parties and shall not be deemed to act for employer. You understand this? Engineer is paid by employer, but engineer is not working for employer. He shall be doing that he is working for party. Employer is a party, no direct relation. ऐसा होना चाहिए। When carrying out her duties, his or her both are, लड़की भी आ सकती है वहां पे, लड़की भी इंजीनियर हो सकती है। When carrying out his her duties under sub clause, engineer shall act neutrally, not plus minus, neutrally between parties, party, employer and contractor. Engineer is independent of both for work, not otherwise, and shall not be deemed to act for employer. Employer पे कर रहा है और मैं employer का नहीं हूं, मैं आपका भी नहीं हूं, मैं आपका भी नहीं, मैं काम का हूं, मतलब सिर्फ इतना है। You are paying me doesn't mean I am working for you, and he is giving work to you. It doesn't mean I am working for him. I am supporting. I am supporting none. मैं दोनों के बीच में बैठा हूं, आप उसको पैसा दीजिए, वो आपको काम करेगा, बस इतना है। मैं देख रहा हूं जो पैसा दे रहा है सही दे रहा है कि नहीं दे रहा है, और जो काम कर रहा है सही काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है। ये ही न्यूट्रलिटी होती है। When carrying out his or her duties under this clause, subclause, engineer shall act neutrally between parties and shall not be deemed to act as for engineer. I am engineer, I am independent, you are employer, you are contractor, contractor is doing job according to contract documents, I am having surveillance, I am having supervision on this, whether or not that person is right, I have to check and examine that, and I recommend payment for that, you pay to that person. That's all. Nothing else. Whenever these conditions provide that engineer shall proceed under subclause to agree or determine any matter of claim, following process shall apply. फिर पढ़ता हूँ. Whenever these conditions provide that engineer shall proceed under subclause to agree or determine any matter or claim following process shall apply. What is that now? What procedures? 371 consultation to each reach agreement. Now it is different one. Consultation to reach agreement. It's a kind of mediation. बीच बचाओ. बड़ी कॉम्प्लिकेशन होती है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स में, लोग समझते नहीं है, इसलिए बोरिंग हो जाता है. सीधा साधा काम नहीं है. कहते हैं जी खा गया वैसे, हम लोग बोल देते हैं ओ इंजीनियर मार खा गया यार. खाते हैं, इसमें नहीं खा सकते. वैसे खाते हैं हमारे यहाँ, हम जानते हैं. खा के दिखाइए बाहर, पता लग जाएगा. Engineer shall consult with both parties. Both parties means which parties? Employer and contractor. Jointly and or separately, दोनों से मिलके बात कर सकता है या अलग अलग बात कर सकता है. And shall encourage discussion between parties. कोशिश करेगा कि दोनों की पार्टीज के बैठ के बात की जाए. इन एन एंडेवियर टू रीच एग्रीमेंट, एक ऐसी संभावना के लिए जिसमें दोनों पर फैसला हो जाए किसी भी बात पे. एक ऐसा परीक्षण, क्या कहते हैं एंडेवियर को, एक ऐसा साहस या इंकरेज, ऐसा साहस की काम जिससे जो डिस्प्यूट है उसमें दोनों मान लें. इसे इंग्लिश लिखिए. इंजीनियर शैल कंसल्ट विद बोथ पार्टीज. Engineer shall consult with both parties jointly and or separately and shall encourage discussion between parties in an endeavor to reach agreement. Engineer shall commence such consultation promptly to allow adequate time to comply with time limit for agreement under subclause 373. Time limits. Okay. ये जो commence such consultation promptly, फटाफट करेगा, देर नहीं लगाएगा. To allow adequate time, काफी टाइम देगा. To comply with time limit, टाइम लिमिट पूरी करेगा for agreement के लिए under subclause 373 में. टाइम लिमिट जहाँ की डिफाइन की गई है. Unless otherwise proposed by engineer and agreed by both parties, engineer shall provide both parties with a record of consultation. रिकॉर्ड भी दिखाएगा. कंसल्ट क्या क्या, मैंने क्या सलाह दी है वो भी बताएगा, ताकि आगे अगर आर्बिट्रेशन में जाता है या डीएवी में जाता है वहां रिकॉर्ड होना चाहिए. अब भी नहीं समझ आया आपको तो कोई समझा नहीं सकता, कोई रख लेना. इतना आराम से बोल रहा हूँ, बच्चों की तरह समझा रहा हूँ. Engineer shall commence such consultation promptly to allow adequate time to comply with time limit for agreement under subclause 373. Time limits unless otherwise proposed by engineer and agreed by both parties. Engineer shall provide both parties with a record of consultations. If agreement is achieved, if agreement is achieved, यदि समझौता हो जाता है, प्राप्त हो जाता है, within time limit, जो भी time limit है, for agreement under subclause this, engineer shall give a notice to both parties, employer and contractor, of agreement. नोटिस रिटर्न में जाएगा दोनों को। Now, let us say if agreement is reached within time limit for agreement under subclause, engineer shall give a notice to both parties of agreement, which agreement shall be signed by both parties. This notice shall state that it is a notice of parties agreement and shall include a copy of agreement. दोनों का एग्रीमेंट हो गया, दोनों को नोटिस चला गया, दोनों पार्टीज के साइन हो गए, उसके बाद नोटिस ऑफ पार्टीज एग्रीमेंट हो गया, रिकॉर्ड में आ गया, कॉपी एग्रीमेंट, एक तरह का एग्रीमेंट हो गया किसी भी बात के ऊपर। If agreement is reached within time limit agreed under the subclause, engineer shall give a notice to both parties of agreement, which agreement shall be signed by both parties. This notice shall state that it is a notice of parties agreement and shall include a copy of agreement. If a now no agreement is issued, यदि अचीवमेंट नहीं होता, एग्रीमेंट नहीं होता विद इन टाइम लिमिट, उस पीरियड में एग्रीमेंट नहीं होता जो टाइम लिमिट है एग्रीमेंट का अंडर क्लॉज 373, और बी बोथ पार्टीज एडवाइस इंजीनियर दैट नो एग्रीमेंट कैन बी अचीव्ड विद इन दिस टाइम लिमिट। दोनों कंडीशन है, एग्रीमेंट नहीं होता, फेल टू एग्री और फेल टू अचीव एग्रीमेंट विद इन टाइम लिमिट फॉर एग्रीमेंट अंडर सब क्लॉज दिस, all both parties advise engineer we are not able to reach some agreement within this time limit, whichever is earlier, in दोनों conditions में जो भी पहले होगा, engineer shall give notice to parties accordingly and shall immediately proceed as specified under subclause 372, and that is engineer's determination। जब दोनों पार्टी मानने को तैयार नहीं है, ना अचीव मानती है एग्रीमेंट, ना कोई बात मानती है, कहती हम नहीं मान सकते बात को, तब अपना इंजीनियर काम शुरू करता है। वो क्या शुरू करता है, देखिए, जब दोनों पार्टी कंसेंट के लिए फेल हो जाती हैं, they fail to reach some consent, what happens, 372 starts, that is engineer's determination। इंजीनियर अपना कैलकुलेशन कर रहा है, आप दोनों चुप रहिए, लड़िए बढ़िए जाइए, मैं बता दूंगा आपका क्या होना है। एंड दैट सेज engineer's determination। engineer shall make a fair determination of matter or claim। दोनों के दावे का हिसाब वो खुद लगा लेगा। engineer shall make a determination, fair determination of matter or claim in accordance with contract, और ये सब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के हिसाब से होगा, taking due regards of all relevant circumstances। जो भी आसपास के साथ चला है उसके साथ हुआ है, जो भी वहाँ का एटमॉस्फेयर है, जो भी सर्कमस्टेंसेस है, उनको ध्यान में रखते हुए। दोबारा पढ़ देता हूँ, इंजीनियर डिटरमिनेशन क्या लिखा है, इंजीनियर शैल मेक ए फेयर डिटरमिनेशन ऑफ मैटर और क्लेम in accordance with contract, taking due regard of all relevant circumstances within time limit for determination under subclause 373. Time limits, engineer shall give a notice to both parties of his or her determination. This notice shall state that it is a notice of engineer's determination and shall describe determination in details within helps। Okay, now what engineer is doing? The engineer shall make a fair determination of matter a claim to in accordance with contract, taking due regard to relevant circumstances within time limit for determination under subclause 373. Timely engineer shall give a notice to both parties of determination. This notice shall share its notice of engineer's determination and shall describe determination in detail with reasons and detailed supporting particulars Then 370 time limit. Engineer shall give notice of agreement if agreement is achieved within 42 days or within such other time limit as may be proposed by engineer and agreed both parties the time limit for agreement in this conditions after. After this time limit, sorry, as in case of matter, the case of matter to be agreed or determined, not a claim, date of commencement of time limit for agreement as stated in applicable subclause of these conditions. In case of claim under subparagraph of C of subclause 21, claims date of engineer receives a notice under subclause 20 from claiming party. सिक्वेंस देख क्या चल रहा है कहाँ कहाँ डिस्प्यूट आते हैं In case of claim under subparagraph A or B of subclause 21, claims are date engineer receives a fully detailed claim under subclause 22(4), fully detailed claim, or in case of claim under subclause 22(6), claims of continuity effect. An interim or final fully detailed claims as case may be. Engineer shall give notice of his or her determination within 42 days or within such other time limit as may be proposed by an engineer or agreed by both parties. Time limit for determination in these conditions after date correspondences after date corresponding to his or obligation to proceed under last paragraph of subclause 371 consultation to reach agreement. दोबारा पढ़ लीजिए थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है समझ आना चाहिए पहले दोबारा पढ़ना चाहिए क्योंकि ये टाइम लिमिट की बात है यहाँ खाली ये नहीं है टाइम लिमिट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स sometimes these agreements these documents become very confusing but experience only can help. These timings are there but if you have to decide something you can decide immediately and if you can decide something prolong and keep vegetables drying up dried up and इसलिए थोड़ा सा तो ये हाई प्रोफाइल की बातें हैं this agreement is not ordinary. Such agreements relate to projects which amount to crores and billions. It's not just ordinary one room, it's project. You may say big project, anything. We have to be a little careful and patient for that because contractors' aim is to earn and clients aim to save public money. Despite both are corrupt, yet you cannot change mentality. They would sign any document but dispute later on, they will dispute on that. This is beauty of that. So time limit again I repeat. Engineer shall give notice of agreement if agreement is achieved, if achieved, within 42 days or within such other time limit may be proposed by engineer and agreed by both parties. Time limit for agreement in these conditions after. चलिए Engineer shall give notice of agreement if agreement is achieved within 42 days or within such other time limit as may be proposed by engineer and agreed by both parties. Time limit for agreement in these conditions after in case of a matter to be agreed or determined, not a claim, there are two things. Date of commencement of time limit for agreement as stated in the applicable subclause of these conditions. Well, in case of matter to be agreed or determined, not a claim, date of commencement of time limit for agreement as stated in applicable subclause of these conditions. Now, in case of claim, where there was no claim, here is a claim. In case of a claim under subparagraph C of subclause 21 claims, date engineer receives a notice under subclause this from claiming party. In case of claim under subparagraph A or B of subclause, date engineer receives a fully detailed claim under this clause. In case of claim, in case of claim under subsection 20(26), claim of continuing effect, an interim or final fully detailed claim as case may be. Now, engineer shall give notice of determination. Engineer shall give notice of determination within 42 days or within such other time limit as may be proposed by engineer and agreed by both parties. Time limit for determination in these conditions after date corresponding to his or her obligation to proceed under last paragraph. All right. Subclause 371 consultation to reach agreement. Now, if engineer does not give notice of agreement or determination within relevant time limit, if engineer does not give notice of agreement or determination within relevant time limit, in case of claim, engineer shall be deemed to have given a determination rejecting claim. If it is a claim, engineer shall be deemed to have given a determination rejecting claim. Is rejected, he will not answer. In case of matter to be agreed or determined, matter shall be deemed to be dispute. In case of a matter to be agreed or determined, matter shall be deemed to be a dispute, which may be referred to, which may be referred by either party to DAAB for its decision under subclass 21(4), obtaining DAAB decision. Very good. So DAAB, in case of matter to be agreed or determined, matter shall be deemed to be a dispute which may be referred by either party to DAB for decision under subclass 21(4), obtaining DAB decision without need for NOD, and subclause 375 NOD means notice of dissatisfaction. Obtaining decision without need for NOD. And subclause 375, dissatisfaction with engineer's determination, dissatisfaction with engineer's determination, and subparagraph of subclause 22141, reference of a dispute to DAB shall not apply. Now, effect of agreement or determination. Now, what effect of agreement determination? Again, you have to think. These are very complex terms actually. For ordinary engineers, it's not understandable. Don't feel yourself ordinary. Feel that you are leader in industry. Hmm. What I say, each agreement, each agreement or determination shall be binding on both parties and shall be complied with by engineer. कुछ भी फैसला आया है और तक आया है और तक आया है. All right. Each agreement or determination shall be binding on both parties and shall be complied with by engineer unless and until corrected under this clause, or in case of determination it is revised under clause 21, disputes and arbitration. If an agreement or determination concerns payment of an amount from one party to other party, contract shall include such an amount in next statement, and engineer shall include such amount in payment certificate that follows that statement. Again, each agreement or determination shall be binding on both parties and shall be complied with by engineer unless and until corrected under the subclause, or in case of determination it's revised under clause 21, disputes and arbitration. If an agreement or determination concerns payment of an amount from one party to other party, contract shall include such an amount in next statement, and engineer shall include such amount in payment certificate that follows statement. Now, within 40 days, if within 40 days, 14 days, 14 days after giving or receiving engineer's notice of agreement or determination, any error of a typographical or clerical or mathematical, arithmetical nature is found. All right. If within 14 days after giving or receiving engineer's notice of agreement or determination, any error of a typographical or clerical or arithmetical nature is found, A, by engineer, then he or she shall immediately advise parties accordingly. B, by a party, then party shall give a notice to engineer stating that it is given under this subclause 374, and clearly identifying error. If engineer does not agree there was error, he has to. Now, If agreement or determination concerns payment of an amount from one party or the party, order shall include that payment amount. Next statement, and engineer shall include such amount. And if the fund is giving notice, engineer's notice to document determination, any error to be okay. By engineer, then he is okay. It's done already. By engineer, then he this error we are talking of, and then it says by engineer, then she or he shall immediately advise parties. So also by party, then party shall give notice to engineer stating that it's given under this clause and clearly identifying error. If energies does not agree, if engineer does not agree, there was an error, he shall immediately advise parties accordingly. The engineer shall within 7 days of finding error or receiving a notice under subparagraph B above, as case may be, give a notice to both parties of corrected agreement or determination. Thereafter, corrected agreement or determination shall be treated as agreement or determination for purpose of these conditions. Now, 375 dissatisfaction with engineer's determination. Dissatisfaction with engineer's determination. If either party is dissatisfied with determination of engineer, here, dissatisfied party may give may give NOD, that is notice of dissatisfaction, to other party with a copy to engineer. If either party is dissatisfied with a determination of engineer, जो भी इंजीनियर ने फैसला किया उसको एक पार्टी नहीं मानती है, जो नहीं मानती है वो पार्टी नोटिस ऑफ डिससेटिस्फैक्शन देगी दूसरी पार्टी को और कॉपी करेगी इंजीनियर को. ये प्रोसीजर इसमें है. If either party is dissatisfied with determination of engineer, A, dissatisfied party may give notice of dissatisfaction to other party with a copy to engineer. B, notice of dissatisfaction NOD shall state that it is a notice of dissatisfaction with engineer's determination and shall set out reasons for dissatisfaction. Notice of dissatisfaction shall be given within 28 days. Notice of dissatisfaction shall be given within 28 days after receiving engineer's notice. Notice of dissatisfaction shall be given within 28 days after receiving engineer's notice of determination under subclause 372. Engineer's determination, or if applicable, his or her notice of corrected determination under subclause 374, effect of agreement or determination, or in case of deemed determination, rejecting claim within 28 days after time limit for determination under subclause 373, time limits has expired, and thereafter either party may proceed under subsection subclause 21314 obtaining D, A, B's decision. फिर पढ़ना पड़ेगा, इंपॉर्टेंट है, नहीं समझ आता एकदम. ये सब वकील की बातें हैं जो हम वकील नहीं हैं. प्रॉब्लम यहाँ ये है, वकील को समझ नहीं आएगा, लगा रहेगा इधर से इधर, इधर से इधर, इधर से इधर, इधर से इधर, और जब वो खुद ही नहीं समझेगा तो जज को क्या समझाएगा. इसलिए हमें खुद करना पड़ता है, यह खुद करना पड़ता है. हम नहीं, क्योंकि हमको साइड का पता है क्या हो रहा है वहाँ, हमको पता है कौन लड़ना कौन नहीं मना है, हमारे दिमाग में प्रोग्रामिंग हो जाती है. उसको बताना वकील को बड़ा मुश्किल है, इम्पॉसिबल टू टेल हिम. समझ ही नहीं आएगा उसको, 20 बार बताएंगे तब एक बार समझ आएगा, लिख के देंगे तो भी समझ नहीं आएगा. मैं जानता हूँ उनको। फिर वो क्या बताएंगे जज को, इसलिए ये खुद ही आर्बिट्रेशन में करना पड़ता है। ये रीजन है और कोई रीजन नहीं है। कितने क्लास, कितने ये, कितने वो, तलाक के मुकदमे में कितने क्लास होते हैं, कत्ल के मुकदमे में कितने क्लास होते हैं, इनकम टैक्स में कितने क्लास होते हैं, नहीं होते इतने ज्यादा। किसने खाया किसने नहीं खाया इतना ही होता है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा फर्क आता है। अब इतना बड़ा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आप देखिए, यही कंडीशन की सारी है। कहने को किस कंडीशन है, एक एक में कितनी कितनी कंडीशन है, 200 पे जैसे ही तो नहीं बन गए। ये तो एक कंडीशन है, फिर पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन है, फिर स्पेसिफिकेशन है, कई कई इलेक्ट्रिकल स्पेसिफिकेशन, मैकेनिकल स्पेसिफिकेशन, सिविल स्पेसिफिकेशन, एक्सटर्नल स्पेसिफिकेशन, एंड दिस स्पेसिफिकेशन दैट स्पेसिफिकेशन, फिर कोड्स हैं, अमेरिकन कोड, इंग्लिश कोड, यूरोपियन कोड, दिस कोड दैट कोड, फिर इतने सारे डॉक्यूमेंट हो रहे हैं, ड्राइंग सही है, तो भाई कौन करेगा इस पे झगड़े हुए, तो इस पे वही तो करेगा जो काम कराते हैं या कराते हैं या करते हैं या देखते हैं या चेक करते हैं। इसीलिए आर्बिट्रेशन की जरूरत पड़ती है। ये कोर्ट को छोड़ दो, कोर्ट के बस का ये काम नहीं है, ये टेक्निकल काम है, इसको उन्हें लोग करें जो वो काम जानते हैं, यही मतलब है। इसलिए हम पढ़ते हैं दोबारा, इफ either party is dissatisfied with determination of engineer, हम इंजीनियर की बात कर नहीं मानते, बात खत्म। Dissatisfied party may give notice of dissatisfaction to other party with a copy to engineer। जो मानती नहीं है पार्टी इस बात को, वो दूसरी पार्टी को नोटिस ऑफ डिसरेस्पेक्ट दे दे और कॉपी कर दे इंजीनियर को। दिस नोटिस ऑफ डिसरेस्पेक्ट shall state that it's notice of dissatisfaction, ये बताएगा कि ये नोटिस ऑफ डिससेटिस्फैक्शन है विद इंजीनियर्स डिटर्मिनेशन, साथ में लगी होगी इंजीनियर ने जो साइन किया है वो पेज इसके बारे में। एंड शैल सेट आउट रीजंस फॉर डिससैटिस्फैक्शन, वो लिखेगा इसके रीजन क्या है, वो सब दूसरी पार्टी को दिया जाए, कॉपी इंजीनियर को चाहिए। नोटिस ऑफ डिससैटिस्फैक्शन shall be given within 28 days after receiving engineer's notice। 28 दिन का टाइम है, आप एनओडी दे दीजिए अंडर सब क्लॉज 372, engineer's determination under clause 374, effect of agreement or determination in place of determined determination, rejecting claim within 38 days after time limit of determination। Thereafter either party may proceed under subclass 221(4), क्योंकि 21 जो क्लॉस है वो आर्बिट्रेशन का क्लॉस है, बताएंगे आपको 21 को लास्ट का इसमें, इस पेज में, इस कंडीशन में, उसमें डीए भी दिया हुआ है जिसमें आपको पता है था इंडेक्स में। इफ नो एनओडी इज गिवन बाय either party within period of 28 days stated in sub paragraph above, determination of engineer shall be deemed to have been accepted by both parties and shall be final and binding on them। और यदि दोनों पार्टी एग्री करती हैं इंजीनियर डिटर्मिनेशन को, वो आगे नहीं जाना चाहती हैं, उन दोनों पार्टी को हाथ मिला के साथ काम करना फिर शुरू कर देना चाहिए। यही कह रहा है ये, दोनों पार्टी अगर मान जाती हैं, कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, हमको आपको इंतजार कर सकती हैं। यही इम्पोर्टेंट बात है। अब आगे चलते हैं थोड़ा। If dissatisfied party is dissatisfied, if dissatisfied party is dissatisfied with only parts of engineer's determination, कुछ हिस्से से परेशान है, वो संतुष्ट नहीं है, पूरे से नहीं, ऐसा भी हो सकता है। If dissatisfied party is dissatisfied with only parts of engineer's determination but agrees with other parts, in that case, number one, this part shall be clearly identified in NOD। नोटिस ऑफ डिससैटिस्फैक्शन में ये पार्ट को साफ साफ आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा, हाईलाइट करना पड़ेगा। नंबर टू, दिस पार्ट्स एंड एनी अदर पार्ट्स ऑफ डिटर्मिनेशन, दिस पार्ट and any other part of determination that are affected by such parts or rely on such parts for completeness shall be deemed to be servable from remainder of determination. This parts and any other part of determination that are affected by such part. जहां जहां भी जिस पार्ट्स को उसके ऊपर इम्पैक्ट हो रहा है, on rely on such parts for completeness, उसको पूरा करने के लिए shall be deemed to be servable from remainder of determination. जो पार्ट पे सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं है वो सर्व को करना ही पड़ेगा, या जो पार्ट उससे लिंक हो जाते हैं उसको भी सर्व करना पड़ेगा. जो रिमाइंडर ऑफ डिटर्मिनेशन शैल बिकम फाइनल एंड बाइंडिंग. जो पार्ट हमें संतुष्टि ला रहा है, हमें जिस पे लड़ाई नहीं करनी है, डिस्प्यूट नहीं करना है, वो फाइनल एंड बाइंडिंग माना जाएगा. Remainder of determination shall become final and binding on both parties as of NOD had not been given. NOD में जो बात मान ली गई है, जहां लड़ाई नहीं है, वो फाइनल एंड बाइंडिंग है. अंडरस्टैंड दिस. आगे, in event that a party fails to comply with an agreement of parties under subclause 3.7 or a final and binding determination of engineer, other party may, without prejudice to and other rights, it may have refers failure itself directly to arbitration under subclause 21.6 arbitration, in which case first and third paragraphs of subclause 21.7 failure to comply with DAB decision shall apply to such reference in same manner as these paragraphs apply to final and binding decision of DAAB. फिर बढ़ते हैं, पढ़ना पड़ेगा. In event that a party fails to comply with an agreement of parties under subclause 3.7 or a final and binding determination of engineer, other party may, without prejudice to any other rights, it may have referred failure itself directly to arbitration under subsection 21.6. Arbitration, in which case first and third parties, third paragraph, first and third party paragraphs of subclause 21.7 failure to comply with DAB's decision shall apply to such reference in this. Okay. Failure to comply with DAB decision shall apply to such reference in same manner as these paragraphs apply to final and binding decision of DAB. Now go further. Next one, 3.8 meetings. Now meetings, again another word, meetings. Very complicated meetings in engineering are done. Very complicated meetings. Not easy. Technical meetings, non-technical meetings, all kinds of meetings, which is part of engineering. Engineer or contractors representatives. Engineer or contractors representative may require other to attend management meeting to discuss arrangements for future work and or other matters in connection with execution of works. Engineer or contractor representative may require other to attend a management meeting to discuss arrangements for future work and or other matters in connection with execution of works. Employers, other contractors. There may be many contractors in the same area. It's a big area, say. Employers, other contractors, personnel of legally constituted public authorities, personnel of legally constituted public authorities, and or private utilities companies and or subcontractors may attend any such meeting if requested by engineer or contractor's representative. Engineer shall keep record. Engineer shall keep record of each management meeting and supply copies of record to those attending and employer at any such meeting and in record responsibilities for any actions to be taken shall be in accordance with contract. And then this is end of engineer's status. Now we come to contractor. This is defined small duty of engineer. There are so many duties which depend upon project. This is only small. In my book, I have explained so much about that. Maybe I don't know whether or not you refer to that book or that video. You can find and do that. That is management, civil engineering management, and this is contractors for one. Contractors general obligations. I have a few minutes. I can continue. Good morning, Sukulam Jilani. Thank you very much. Okay. So, contractors' general obligations. Before I go further, let me explain to you some terms which maybe you're unaware of. Here, three parties: employer and contractor and engineer. Remember, engineer is independent, not a party on contract between owner or employer and contractor. Employer is party one on contractor and contractor is party two on contractor. In fact, both agree into contract. Both are parties. Employer means responsible financially and everything on project, while contractor is responsible for his scope of work. It's some employer who decides what is scope of his contract on recommendation of engineer. Be very clear. There's a triangle, but activity is between two. There is a triangle. At one apex, one corner is employer, at other corner is contractor, and a third corner is engineer, who has nothing to do with these two parties, but to have a link with employer for purpose of ensuring that whatever contractor does according to documentation which has been issued to him as contract documents. He complies in line to what is mentioned in contract. He complies with drawings, with specifications, with procedures, with codes, and with good industrial practice. That is what's the job of contractor. Engineer is nothing to do with that contract, but engineer works for that contract, paid by employer. He has no contract with employer on that contract. This is specific part of that. Don't mix up. Engineer has nothing to do with contract. Engineer is not related to any one of those on that contract. Engineer has got another contract with employer. It is contract or no contract, that is different. It is fee-based contract or it's employment is different. Even if it is employment, relation is different. For engineer, employer is not a party, and for employer also, engineer is not a party. They are not party. If they are party, they are party on some management contract, if there is any, if there exists someone. If employer pays fee to engineer on some supervision or management contract, that is a contract, that's service contract, in which engineering services are discharged and delivered on project. An engineer does job including designs probably, and then all documents and drawings and everything. Many duties are there in that case. So engineer actually in contract, I'm not saying otherwise. In contract provision, when you're saying engineer in contract is completely different term. Don't mix up with employment engineer. Don't this don't mix up with those people who are working in companies or in organizations or in government or wherever, who are given many titles depending on company or government. Those titles are supporting titles, not real titles. Example I can give you. We say assistant engineer, we say executive engineer, we say superintendent engineers, like that. These are not originally appointed engineers. These are not heads. These are supporting engineers to real engineer who may be chief engineer, I am not sure, maybe engineers member. They are public engineers. These are delegated engineers. These support to that engineer. These are not directly responsible on contract. There's an understanding like this. So employer contractor relation and employer engineer relation. And then engineer is also a first level of arbitrators when there is dispute. It's not designated arbitrator. Job is to do that because it has no relation to employer. It is independent of employer. And if in that first step there is some decision taken on that dispute, whether or not employer accepts it or whether or not contractor accepts it, determination is to be made, and that is made by engineer. It may go against employer or it may go against contractor, does not make a difference as far as determination is concerned. And if these people do not accept this, I said NOD, notice of dissatisfaction, they are free to move further to DAAB or DAB. And even after that, they are not happy, they are free to go to arbitration. This is what it says. Be open your mind. Engineer has different type of work activities, and it not in one night you can do that. It takes time. I don't know how these people are giving news in one go. This happened, this happened, this happened, and do not analyze anything. Do anything whatever you want, and later on let parties suffer. This is very important explanation because to avoid confusion. And if you cannot understand this, you will find problem. As it said, as I said, being an engineer, being a contractor, must know A to Z of contract because sometimes it creates so much confusion, so much complexities that project is held up. It should not be held up. Project cannot be held up, but due to evolving circumstances, negative situations, it's held up. It should not. There is no way, according to law, that works can be held up until there is some situation which cannot be considered to support continuation of work. For example, suspension is a provision in contract, and it is on behalf. It's both parties have authorities. Contractor is authority, and can say employer or owner is authority. Both parties have authority to suspend contract for a few days, a few months, or for whatever reason, whatever is good. And both have authority to terminate contract also. Sometimes situations are such even courts can't interfere, and projects are held up. Therefore, I said determination for claim or determination for something else. If there's a dispute on technical specification, for example, there's a dispute on some code, there's a dispute on something else, what courts can do in that? What arbiters can do? You have to investigate and examine, and that's it. Therefore, do not be rash on contracts. Listen to what engineer says, because engineer is not making any profit on contracts. Engineer is not interested in any profit, and engineer is not also interested in your profit. I mean to say employer's profit or contract's profit. Engineer is neutral in that situation. Yes, your appointed engineer may be interested, which is working for you exclusively, not for project. That may be interested, but here, if engineer is there, that engineer shall not talk like as you are talking. This is very critical situation. Sometimes very statement is like that, which you should know about this before going further. Sometimes there is a dispute on drawings, designs, and review is made. Sometimes the duty of contractor to make reviews in many contracts, and he has to prove, he has to ensure what is existing drawing is right or not right. Or there's some foolishness in that drawing, as usually happens. So when we go to contractor, we'll learn about that. That is not very complicated. Contractor means an expansion of contract, you can say. Ultimately, it is contractor that will work for employer. Responsibility lies on shoulders of contractor, not on shoulders of engineer. Engineer is not a party there. Is a consultant there, guide there, ruler on behalf of employer, not on its own behalf. You just try to understand. Engineer there on contract is supervisor. Engineer there is a director. Engineer there is an instructor. Engineer there is a, you can say, and you can say a chairman type without any financial responsibility, technical responsibility only. Engineer, as said in these conditions, cannot change contract. As said clearly, cannot waive any condition, cannot enhance price if it's lump sum, cannot reduce price, cannot enhance price if there's no approval from standards. If those who do not understand this point, they cannot understand this contract, because engineer accepts or rejects whatever contract sum is, but it is not direct rejection. It is rejection on behalf of party one, that's employer. If employer takes over engineer and does something against that, then responsibility goes to employer and not onto engineer as far as engineering is concerned. It's very significant. It's therefore very much significant to understand interrelations among all of them. Not only engineering, but also further sections of engineering like assistant resident engineer, resident. Let us say there is an engineer, there is one representative generally who's called resident engineer or representative engineer or something like that. You remember our people write ER for engineer. Generally, they don't understand meaning of that. They just write ER, which is just like DR doctor, they are ER engineer. No, that's not right. That ER is not engineer, or that ER is not engineer, that is engineer's representative. ER or RE. RE generally is called resident engineer or ER is called engineer's representative. That is real term. But we mix up with that. Oh, DR, doctor writes DR, so we write term of engineer is ENG. That's it. People rarely understand that, and particularly those in Bharat, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they use ER, because we don't analyze what we are. Doctor term is different. It's not designation of doctor. Doctor's designation is medical practitioner. If real designation to see that. This is relation between doctor and patient. That's called doctor, because doctor treats that patient, not only treats but teaches also. So doctor means a person who is a teacher. This relation is different. Only if you go into dictionary and in-depth study you do, you'll find that relation. So we just mix up everything. So our relations are sometimes evolutionary different, basically different, but question is not of title, question is of responsibility. And if you do not understand that, you learn it. You have to learn it. If you do not learn, you shall always remain confused. When you say engineer in contract, it is different term. Or when you say engineer as it is, means that's anybody, whosoever can be engineer. Be people call himself engineer, sometimes diploma will call themselves engineer, and whoever is engineer is called engineer. No problem for that. That is your education qualification. You have every right to say that I am engineer because you're educationally qualified, academically qualified. But here, this is specific. This engineer is specific on that contract, not in general. When you say chartered engineer, yes, chartered engineer general. Chartered engineer, India, that's in public. It is public authority, alternate public authority, alternate authority. Not like IAS officer, who is government authority. It is public authority here. That's difference. So in cases when engineer is designated on contract, must be professional engineer or chartered engineer. Though it is specific, chartered is public. When you write chartered engineer, you simply don't write chartered engineer, you write chartered engineer in bracket India. Union of India, you are public authority of Union of India. So you have to understand these differences. When you write executive engineer, somebody DDA or MCD, no, don't write India there. You write executive engineer, MCD, every is the BDA, executive engineer, this authority. You are confined to that authority. You cannot come out of walls of that authority. That is the difference. You are confined to only that department. Here you are confined to all over country. Your diverse scope of work. We have to understand this. So when we say engineer in contract, and that position he is bound by that contract. There he is responsible for that contract. Contract administration, contract management, contract financing approved already, not additional. Contract planning, contract safety, contract whatever is there. He is the authority on that project. So we'll take later already more than 4 hours on this talk. I took some talk before regarding COVID and all management, then for half and half because everything should move in this talk. And I try to let you get it all. Thank you very much. I joined and we'll see what to do. Tomorrow we'll continue this contractors for the arrangements. How Pontus and Neil Kamal also good morning. Well, thank you very much. And then we'll go further and I'll close it now. Thank you.